Tire location is owner-operated, with owners who have real automotive backgrounds and stand behind the work they do. People are keeping their cars longer than ever, and reliability matters when you're driving your family around. United Tire doesn't just fix what's wrong, they help you plan ahead so you're never caught off guard. Right now, they're offering a free vehicle safety check to catch small issues early. Don't drive alone, drive United.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand, so make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
Gonna dig a hole in your backyard? Call 811, don't be caught off guard, cause PA1 Calls got your back to help locate those utilities stat.
Play it safe and do your part so no one in the neighborhood's house goes dark.
But if you don't, and there's an outage, you might have to deal with some screams and shouters, cause ain't nothing worse when your toilet won't flush, your lights go out,
or when your pipes bust.
Yeah, your neighbors are gonna love you. Know what's below? Call 811 before you dig. Help us at 50 and 5. More at PA1Call.org.
You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January's a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows Free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, or seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for heat than your neighbors are, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Unlock your freedom as a new driver with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer loans on new and used vehicles with low monthly payments and flexible terms up to 84 months, as well as auto lease buyouts. Drive with confidence and enjoy discounts on auto insurance and value-added services like mechanical breakdown protection. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today. When it comes to iconic snacks, there's a reason Tastykake has been a favorite for generations. From peanut butter candy cakes to butterscotch crimpets, Tastykake delivers the classics you know and love. Baked fresh and packed with flavor. Perfect for lunch, dessert, or any time in between. Look for Tastykake wherever snacks are sold. Tastykake. Accept no substitutes.
Start 2026 off by banking smarter. Open a growth checking account at First Harvest Credit Union. Earn up to 2% annual percentage yield on balances of $1,000 or more, all while enjoying easy, flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or stop by your nearest branch to get started. Harvest your financial freedom and explore other available savings options, such as our growth savings and competitive share and IRA certificate accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Protect your most valuable asset, your home sweet home, with PJ Fitzpatrick. They have the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick's 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, January 27th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. And coming up this morning at 8:30-ish or thereabouts, our buddy Matt Rooney will join us for another Rooney Tuesday, as we have a lot to get into on today's show.
Hello, Rooney Tuesday. Here on Kayal and Company, coming from the Schuylkill River, will he bring us food free?
Rooney, calm down. Rooney.
Yes, Rooney. We'll talk to you in a bit. Dawn, good morning. How are you, dear?
Good morning.
Gregory.
A Florida teen is in some hot water after she allegedly assaulted her own mother with a pork chop.
A pork chop?
A juicy pork chop.
I'm going to throw Hatfield pork chop at you.
Online arrest records confirm the allegations lodged by Farrah Kernan. The 18-year-old was arrested at the Martin County Sheriff's Office on Thursday, January 22nd, according to an arrest affidavit. Farrah's mother, Cynthia Kernan, had called 911 for help and later told officers her daughter had been drinking during the day. This, Cynthia alleged, eventually led to a verbal disagreement between mother and daughter. Boy, this is a very Florida story. Cynthia stated that during the argument, Farrah smacked her in the face with her right hand. It is stated in the affidavit. Cynthia advised she had video footage of the incident. Police reviewed the footage, which was shot by one of Cynthia's friends, and it showed the teen smacking her mother and Cynthia recoiling backwards. Cynthia told police that prior to the video recording, Farrah also threw a pork chop at her, which was not captured on video. In the affidavit, the responding officer actually wrote that they observed food residue on Cynthia's left shoulder, which was consistent with her statement. Police spoke to Farrah, who appeared confused and provided statements that were inconsistent with the evidence and not relevant to the battery. Farrah later becomes emotionally upset, began screaming and crying, and continued to act uncooperatively. Farrah was arrested on a single count of domestic battery. She was being held on $2,500 bond.
Misdemeanor meat offenses.
Yes, exactly.
Unbelievable. Who throws a pork chop?
If you're going to throw, well, a drunk bro, that's who.
Well, yeah. Wow.
If you're going to throw a quality pork item, hopefully it's a Hatfield.
Right. And hopefully you throw it on a Blackstone or a grill or in the oven or in a frying pan, not at somebody else's face.
Amen.
Amen to Florida. Oh, man. School cancellations, delays, virtual.
Yeah,
we've got all sorts of stuff to get to.
All schools are, most schools are closed today, right? That's unbelievable.
What a disgrace. I got the email yesterday. We will be going virtual in the Wissahickon School District. Yesterday, my wife, by the way, had to, so she works remotely all the time. but she was going to make a meatloaf and realized that we were out of eggs and a couple of other things. So she asked me to go around 4 o'clock, and even getting out of my development was pristine, crystal clear, unlike last Monday when my truck was whipping around like a smart car in the wind. I don't know about the city. I get the city's different, but every single road that I needed to take to get to the grocery store yesterday was totally cleared out. So the fact that people want to go virtual,
I think it's a
little weak in my opinion.
I think it's really the sidewalks. You know what I mean? Because a lot of the sidewalks are not. They're icy.
Yeah.
And they're worried about the kids. I'm thinking out loud here. I don't know.
Yeah.
I could be wrong on that, but that's my guess.
All right. We have a lot to get to on the show today. The follow-up, the fallout from yesterday with everything that happened in Minneapolis, including a very productive phone call that happened after we got off the air at 10:15 yesterday between the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, and Donald Trump. That'll be part of the big take. Also, some stuff on Josh Shapiro and Stacey Garrity after the big take, and then two very interesting stories. How Trump has a grip on American culture now that TikTok is American-owned and the alleged fear of that, but also a landmark social media case that is going before the Supreme Court where the argument will be that social media is addicting and bad for your mental health.
Amen.
This is a landmark case. We've talked about these types of stories a lot, and we'll see what a bunch of justices think about it.
By the way, speaking of the new TikTok owned by Trump's buddies there, if you go in and try and search Epstein, it says items not found.
You know, that's amazing.
All the Epstein stuff has been blocked, according to reports I've seen online.
Have you ever noticed, too, when you try to search for like a GIF sometimes on different apps, or even if you're an iPhone user, as most of us are, minus Phil Almquist, there's certain things that should be in there that show back zero results for?
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm going to actually just look at this. Let me see if Apple's the same way. I'm going to do a GIF search real quick.
GIF.
Is it a GIF?
Mm-hmm. GIF.
I don't know if it's a GIF.
He's been interviewed, and he named it after Jif, like the peanut butter.
Well, why
That's
didn't
what
he
he
spell
said.
it J-I-F-F or J-I-F?
Right, just a troll. Right, just to troll all of us. I don't know.
Dawn, you getting sick?
Nope.
Okay. Epstein. Wow, Apple has it. Yeah, there's a GIF. Oh,
I'm telling you, TikTok has blocked it. I'm telling you, TikTok.
I'm not
has
disputing that. I was just wanted to see if I could find it in the Apple store.
Because now Trump's billionaire buddies own it.
Larry Ellison.
Mm-hmm.
TikTok block.
All right.
TikTok block.
All right. Round number 1 of the news, 6:06. Here is the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Tuesday morning, January the 27th. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. I know in the Montgomery County, we're looking at 16 degrees. We're heating up to 23. The coldest stretch over 10 days, the coldest we've seen in our region in some 2 decades, not even getting above the freezing mark until February. Isn't that lovely? Let's get to it because the snow emergency in Philadelphia is officially lifted 6 o'clock this morning. That according to city officials. They mark the 6 a.m. hour as saying they'll lift the emergency, but of course, all the cleanup work continues. This is because city officials say, and that, first of all, city officials announced that the courts will be closed today. They continue to be closed. School District of Philadelphia is operating virtually. So obviously you probably already got the one call if you're a parent or the memo from your particular school, those postings listed. But I know the Archdiocesan schools, for example, I think they're on a flex schedule today. So what that means, it's not live instructions. Generally what that means is teachers will post the work and kids can do it on their own schedule. But Philadelphia schools closed down, virtually operating. So in that sense, what they're saying is that although most of the major roadways and the highways are clear, the problem here is the refreeze. And so they continue to brine, they continue to plow. But what the snow plows were experiencing last night and overnight is sheets of ice, because obviously we're getting down to, the single digits in the overnight temperatures. And so they're dealing with ice. And so they have to, ironically, ice, the big story, in more ways than one, right? But
yeah,
that's what's going on in Philadelphia. I will tell you, in my experience in driving into the city, considering the fact that we had this significant of a storm and then followed up by no warm up, I think that the city, I would give the grade a B+, A-.
Yeah. Even getting off the Vine and everything, market was relatively good. I mean, I know I don't take any back roads in the city, but yeah, it was fine. I got here in normal time.
Yeah, I mean, it took me an hour to get from Chestnut Hill, but I will say that the side roads are not great, but in previous years they would not have been touched.
Okay.
So they were plowed. The problem here appears to be that, you have sheets of ice, so I would avoid side roads if possible.
Yeah.
Lincoln Drive was, 20 miles an hour. It was a slow go.
Okay.
Just because of the refreeze factor and the idiot factor. People, you know what I mean?
The idiot factor is always the factor.
And then entering the highways. And that's a big warning that they're giving because some of those ramps, the overpasses, they're still frozen over.
Okay. You mentioned real quick on the flex scheduling thing. Mm-hmm. Maybe I just have a bone to pick with teachers today. So teachers are flex scheduling, posting what the work requirements are, and students are home, but they're not virtual, they're not live. Here's your assignment, get it done. And if the kids are home, let's just make the assumption that for some reason the parents have found a way to stay home. Is it too hard for the teachers while they're home to show their face on a virtual call or video screen or Zoom, since you're home as well, students are home, parents possibly have to take a day off because their kid doesn't go to school?
Well, what you just stated, Nick, is what Philadelphia public schools are doing.
Right.
So those teachers are operating virtually. The archdiocesan schools, the private Catholic schools, that's across the entire region.
Mm-hmm.
What they generally do is it's on a school-by-school basis. So you might have a teacher who's offering something live.
Okay.
But as well, they will often do things on video at least.
Okay.
That way they're offering more of a flexible schedule.
Just give the kids the freaking day off. What I sound like a broken record here. What are we doing?
Yeah.
It's 2 days. They'll be back to school tomorrow. I talk all the time about how during the blizzard of '96, man, we had a week off from school. It was the greatest time ever.
My wife was dying with you saying that it was the best week of your life.
It was.
So funny.
I walk in and go, that was a great week for Greg, huh?
It was. I can't.
Notice we didn't ask what happened that week.
Just being off of high school or just being off of school was lovely.
Yeah.
It's something that kids need to experience. Why are we saying, learn virtually? It's ridiculous.
I just hate the hybrid, the flag. Like,
yes,
let's either have the whole day off or let's go to work business as usual.
I agree with you. But not virtually.
Yeah.
School is a communal thing. Let them go in if they're going to go in. If they're not going to go in, let them have the day off. Thank you. That's my PSA for the day.
They established a precedent during the pandemic. Well, let's roll out this virtual idea, and now this will continue to pop up at their convenience.
In suburban Bucks County, a barricade situation is over this morning, but followed by a gruesome discovery for police. This is inside that Northampton home. Officers say they discovered the bodies of 3 people. Those individuals dead. They appear to have been stabbed to death following that barricade situation, which started yesterday afternoon. Police were called around 2:15 in the afternoon. Police responding to a well-being check at this home on Heather Road and 2nd Street Pike. This is, again, Northampton Township, Bucks County. So once they did get inside after the barricade situation, like I say, they found an adult man armed with a knife. And then after several hours, taking that man into custody. A lot of news choppers over the scene, coverage yesterday afternoon into the overnight hours. Only one ambulance was called to the scene. And so the police department there was warning the nearby residents, avoid that area. They have been investigating that one. No danger to the public, so it appears it was more of a domestic situation. But inside the home, like I say, the bodies of 3 people after the SWAT team finally was able to breach the residence there on Heather Drive and take that suspect into custody. So just a real tragedy there, and neighbors expressing shock. We don't have the identities of those 3 individuals who were reportedly stabbed to death inside that home with a domestic situation. I want to update you on a situation that I had reported a couple weeks ago about an 8-year-old little girl from New Jersey. So she was aboard a school bus, and somebody threw a huge rock from one of those overpasses in New Jersey, severely injuring the girl, who suffered brain injuries. She had to have surgery. And we're now learning more about that situation as DHS is confirming that, in fact, an illegal immigrant is charged with throwing that rock, severely injuring this 8-year-old schoolgirl, third grader, on a field trip. And he is identified as Hernando Garcia Morales, with a very long rap sheet, a criminal history that goes back for 2 decades, avoided deportation through New Jersey's sanctuary policies. Mm-hmm. That, according to DHS. Mm-hmm. And so in this one, he's identified as a 40-year-old man, was in Palisades Park, and now faces multiple charges. This goes back to January 7th, in which this third grade children, they were traveling back to Yeshivat Noam Jewish Day School. And this was after a class trip to the Liberty Science Center. This huge rock smashed through the bus window, and this 8-year-old girl suffered a skull fracture, major head and brain injuries, had surgery, still recovering from this. I don't know if she's expected to make a full recovery. They haven't given us that update. Did she suffer brain damage? 8-year-old child. Mm-hmm. And now we learn that that New Jersey had not cooperated with federal authorities. It's that common story. But this guy has quite a long history of violence.
40-year-old loser, nothing to do with his day, throwing her. I mean, you mentioned DHS, and now you mention a Jewish school. Do we know if the school bus said Jewish whatever on it type school? I'd charge him with a hate crime.
I mean, that is a great question, Nick Kayal. You know, was this anti-Semitic in nature? Was this something that it was targeted? We don't have that information.
Nick, you're a grown man throwing a rock at a school bus.
It's
God, I feel for those parents.
It's really sickening. And I know, by the way, at least one Holocaust Jewish museum is condemning the words. I know we'll get into this, but one of the headlines is that, you know, really condemning the comments that were made by Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, as he had compared those illegals, accused criminal illegals, convicted of violent crimes, and he had compared them to a Jewish girl who died in a concentration camp. Famous Anne Frank, obviously, Anne Frank Diaries, but he had compared what's happening with illegals in this country, criminal illegals who are, who ICE wants to round up and deport, to Anne Frank.
Is anybody condemning what Stephen Miller tweeted and what J.D. Vance retweeted? Is anybody condemning that and what Kristi Noem said?
What did Miller say?
Well, he called Alex Peretti an assassin, I believe, and then our vice president. He was there to inflict harm on law enforcement. I think that's what Stephen Miller said. So is anybody condemning that? I know we like to condemn Tim Walz for everything. I'm just asking for a friend.
I'm not a big Stephen Miller guy. I know a lot of people like to say he's brilliant. Maybe he's smart, but he gives off bad vibes.
I'm watching our words here this morning. Let's make sure we watch our words on both sides. That's all I'm saying.
Did you notice?
Here's the thing, Greg. I was reporting on an 8-year-old little girl at a Jewish school of faith on a school bus.
I'm not talking about you.
I was reporting on that, and since Nick brought up the question about was this some kind of a targeted situation?
Yeah,
that's what led me just to do the headline of the Holocaust Museum saying that it was inappropriate to compare a Jewish child who died in a concentration camp, the Anne Frank Diaries, to the current situation going on.
Did you notice? I have the statement here. I'll read it for you. They omitted Walz by name, which I thought was interesting. It says, Anne Frank, this was the U.S. Holocaust Museum on Twitter. Anne Frank was targeted and murdered solely because she was Jewish. Leaders making false equivalency to her experience for political purposes never acceptable, despite tensions in Minneapolis. Exploiting the Holocaust is deeply offensive, especially as anti-Semitism surges. You find it odd that they omitted Walz by name in that?
Well,
because I got tweets about it yesterday, like they would be sued for it. I'm like, what? They would not face any legal repercussions. He's the one that made the statement. They can respond to him by name. What is he going to do? He doesn't have any legal standing.
I think, in my opinion, what they did was classy in a sense that they're just reminding the public, and because they're a museum, so they're trying to educate people on history as well.
Yeah, I get it.
So I think that was a classy move. Just, the old saying goes, it's just, why do we always have to invoke Hitler and the Holocaust and everything?
Because that's the level it's gone to on that side.
So, and then in truth, then others were piling on, and they did what the Holocaust Museum did not do, which was name him by name.
Yeah.
But I think what they did was professional and appropriate. I know we'll get into it with everything with Trump. A lot of headlines this morning that you'll hear, and Nick's going to get into that with the big take as far as who's leaving Minnesota, who's out, Bovino, who's in, Homan. You heard that yesterday. There are a lot of new developments with President Trump apparently directly managing the situation in Minnesota. And another headline is the USS Abraham Lincoln strike group enters the Middle East as President Trump sends, quote, some big force to the region. So are things winding down, or do we see escalation in the Middle East as the death toll rises after those protests in Iran? Those are all questions that we're looking at. And then with regard to ICE, front of the Inquirer today, that there's reaction to the Minnesota ICE situation from our Pennsylvania senators. Senator John Fetterman, Democrat, calling for the ICE operation in Minneapolis to immediately end, while Republican Senator Dave McCormick, quote, wants the investigation into that shooting. So all these new details swirling, and all the politics swirling as well. Just bringing you the local reaction to national stories. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Let your savings take root in 2026 at First Harvest Credit Union. You earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options. Membership restrictions do apply. Federally insured by NCUA. And thank you, First Harvest Credit Union. And now sports.
Why, thank you, Don. We will start in the NBA, where the Sixers lost to Charlotte 130-93. Maxey had just 6 points, and of course, Embiid didn't play. They face the Bucks tonight at home.
Embiid doesn't play. Mike Opelka all of a sudden wants to ask me about why I take so much time off. Opelka, why don't you ask why Joel Embiid takes so much time off? All right?
What the hell does Joel Embiid have to do with you?
Nick got a new contract. He knows what time he takes off. I had COVID and I had laryngitis and I took a Christmas break. Stop tweeting me that. Oh, God.
All right, I'll continue.
And by the way, how do you lose by 37 points to Charlotte? I haven't even gotten to basketball season yet, and I'm not going to get there now.
They only had 44 in the first half. It was disgrace.
I'm going to watch the UConn. You know what? I'm going to spend my basketball allotment of time with Phil Almquist watching UConn.
At least they're a winner.
At least there's something I can enjoy. Can you teach me about UConn, Phil? Let me learn the essence of Bobby Hurley.
I'll get to that in a bit.
Thank you.
In the NHL, the Flyers were shut out last night in South Philly 4-0 after beating the Avs on Friday and have now lost 8 of 10. They will next travel to face Columbus on Wednesday. In the NFL, the Eagles are still looking for their next offensive coordinator, as Mike Kafka is the latest candidate to take another job after interviewing with the team.
My brother-in-law is a Bears fan, and he sent me a text yesterday saying even low-level assistants for Chicago don't want the OC job in Philadelphia. This is bad. They can't find anybody to run an offense with all of the star power that this team has. That's shocking to me.
It really is. I mean, they're last year's Super Bowl champions. You would think that this would be a job that they'd have to be fighting people away for.
It's one of, as they like to say, it's one of 32 jobs in the world, right? There's only 32 of these positions. in professional football.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah.
And a couple quick college basketball notes. Ohio State beat Penn State, and the new top 25 is out. Here's the top 5. Arizona still number 1, UConn 2, Michigan 3, Duke 4, and Nebraska is now number 5. That's sports for Kayal and Company.
All right, Phil, thank you very much.
Not a problem.
The only thing I'll say about the Eagles is Howie Roseman doing what Trump is doing in Minnesota.
Yeah, did you notice that? You see that headline?
Yeah.
Yes.
It looks like Howie now is going to take over or
Stepping in
with the Eagles offense. So.
Yeah, I kind of like that, to be honest. I'm not sure if I trust whatever Sirianni's pitching to these guys as far as what's available, what the position is like. My brother-in-law was like, do you think people really want to come to Philadelphia and have their house egged for not putting up enough points on offense? I'm like, you really think that's part of it?
No.
I mean, come on.
Zero chance.
Don't be so soft.
There's zero chance that's part of it.
Yeah, they didn't torch his house like it was the governor's mansion. They threw eggs at it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just wonder if they feel that whoever takes on that role gets thrown under the bus, that
Yes,
they're
they
not going
do.
to blame the coach.
Yeah, you're right. Or the quarterback will continue to avoid some sort of criticism, even though he does get criticized by a lot of people. But yeah, if you fail, then it's on you. Maybe you don't get a second chance if Jalen Hurts stinks. I don't know. There you go. All right, Philly weather, 16 degrees.
Ooh, beautiful, 16 degrees.
Going up to a balmy 23 today.
It's not supposed to get. Is there? I've heard rumblings that there is a storm possible on Sunday.
Sunday
yeah,
to
that's
Monday.
what they're saying.
Yeah, we should just make Monday a remote day for all of us moving forward because of the weather.
It depends. Right now, from what I'm seeing, it's looking like that it's going to go. It's going to miss us. It's going to go east instead of north.
Okay.
Like it's going to hit the North Carolina area and then go east instead of north. So,
all right.
I don't know.
Out to sea it goes. There you go.
I think it's too far out.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm good. I'm good with snow. We're not going to see our grass for a long time anyway. So, yeah. By the way, we did the sledding yesterday.
Yeah. So did we.
The videos have been submitted. So
Good.
if you want to roll them later today, I took a face plant after I came to a stop.
It wasn't great sledding weather yesterday. It was too icy. It was too icy.
You need more of that like powder.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like straight ice where you can just sail down.
Right.
But this one was a layer of ice on top of soft snow.
Yep.
So you just sank.
Yeah, you
know what I
crunched right through the surface.
Yes,
and then
100%. 100%.
Yep.
My son still had fun though, so it doesn't matter.
What time did you get out?
I was out late in the afternoon, like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, something like that.
All right.
And then we were out there for about an hour.
You got an hour out of it?
Yeah, and then we were
So
just
cold.
like, it was so cold.
My daughters, we did like 20 minutes, and I was ready to tap out and say we're done.
It was cold.
And then they looked at me like, all right, we're done, Dad.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, thank God. So that was that. All right, we'll come back, get to, as Dawn said, a Tuesday big take with a lot of the reaction and the change-ups that the administration is making and perhaps some cooperation in Minneapolis. It's Kayal and Company. Big take coming up next.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by LendSeek.
Boston Medical Center research suggests cannabis isn't harmless despite legalization. An analysis of 4.6 million adult cannabis users over 5 years found new cases of diabetes were almost 4 times more common compared with people who had no record of using cannabis or major chronic conditions. Researchers are still investigating how cannabis may affect insulin resistance and lead to type 2 diabetes. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
Nick Hale here. Now is the time to save at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown in Westchester. Get 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on remaining new 2025 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe models. That's 0% financing on some of Hyundai's most popular SUVs, including fuel-saving hybrids hybrids, but hurry, 0% is only available on select remaining inventory while supplies last. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown off Route 422 or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202. Shop online at piazzahyundai.com. Tell them Nick sent you.
Philadelphia homeowners, protect your investment with custom storage from Closet Factory. From design through installation, everything is handled in-house, ensuring consistent quality from start to finish. Call 215-461-4013 for your free design consultation. Closet Factory. Smart storage done right.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
6:30 Tuesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. Good to have you in, however you may be listening, wherever you may be listening or watching from. We appreciate it. You can do so on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. You can watch the show live on YouTube. There will be probably close to 700 or 800 of you at any one time in the show watching, and we will not have nearly enough likes on the page. So, in the 7 o'clock hour and the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to ask for more. So get ready. It's coming. You've been warned. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet 745. Rooney at 8:30. I'm assuming no daycare today with the weather. So virtually he should be on time at 8:30 today. His typical excuse of getting the kid to daycare, probably not in play today. So tardiness will not be tolerated on the program. Fight Club coming up at 9:10. All right, let's get down to business. Time for a Tuesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take today. Will ICE freeze out MAGA in the midterms? Let's evolve the story a little bit. Late in Monday's show, news came down from President Donald Trump that border czar Tom Homan would be heading to Minnesota on Monday night, and that Homan would be reporting directly to 47. That, in many regards, from my vantage point, talks about Bavino and Kristi Noem, perhaps a benching of the two or reassigning, as they will not be on the front lines, so to speak, for cameos on the ground, speaking on TV perhaps, but rather the seasoned veteran, Tom Homan, would become the face and the voice of ICE and deportation efforts. And after we got off the air on Monday, another Trump Truth Social post hit social media where he said the following, quote, Governor Tim Walz called me with respect the request to work together with respect to Minnesota. It was a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a similar wavelength. I told Governor Walz that I would have Tom Homan call him and that what we are looking for are any and all criminals that they have in their possession. The governor very respectfully understood that, and I will be speaking to him in the near future. He was happy that Tom Homan was going to Minnesota, and so am I. That is Donald Trump on Truth Social yesterday. Well, hell is frozen over, has it not? I didn't have that on my bingo card in year 2, 2026 for Trump 2.0. Tim Walz, Donald Trump, seemingly on the same page. But maybe this is a breakthrough on both sides. And it couldn't come at a more critical time for Republicans. Because the question should be asked, could ICE be the reason Republicans lose the House this November? We've said economy. Economically, the party in power, when they have all of the power, typically loses one of the chambers when that party also has the White House. Prediction markets, as we've talked about, have it anywhere between 75 and 80%. The Democrats will take back the House in November 2026. Now factor in the public perception and low favorability numbers across the board for ICE amongst Democrats and independents. It's not good, Bob. And I could be wrong. I was wrong in 2024. I thought Roe v. Wade, SCOTUS, and abortion would cost MAGA. It didn't. I was glad about it. So I could be wrong again. But if I had to bet on it today, I would wager on the Democrats to win the House. Wagering with my head, not with my heart. But here's a cold, hard truth. Money talks. If Trump was able to put more money in your pocket in these next 8 months, and this Minneapolis stuff is out of the news by March, it could be totally forgotten about and totally off the front page and be a totally different ball game this fall. If not, curtains for 100% GOP control. Harry Enton with the latest polling numbers and why perhaps Trump realizes he had to shake things up with Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, and even perhaps considering, believe it or not, the reduction of numbers of federal agents in Minnesota. Listen and watch.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised that President Trump is sending Tom Homan in because ICE, DHS, Kristi Noem have been a political disaster. Because just take a look here. I mean, ICE's net approval rating during Trump's term. You go back to term number one. Look, it's pretty even at 0 points. You go to June 2025, right? That was when all that stuff was going on in Los Angeles. They dropped down. Look at this. minus 17 points, way in the basement. But then after Minneapolis, it's even lower, minus 27 points on the net approval rating of ICE. Of course, this all being done under Kristi Noem. So, no, what's going on in Minneapolis is not popular at all. What's been going on during this second term under ICE, under the Trump administration, under Kristi Noem, has very much not been popular, and it's only been getting more and more unpopular.
What about DHS kind of more broadly?
Yeah, okay. So, we're going to start down low. We'll start with ICE and then we'll raise it to DHS. And again, it's just the same exact story, right? DHS is doing an excellent or good job, the Department of Homeland Security. During Trump's first term, look where it was in late 2017, right about at this point. 59%. That's pretty gosh darn good. But look at where it is now in Trump term number 2. By late last year, it was down to 42%. So this is the same story that we're seeing no matter which poll question we look at. The popularity of ICE, of DHS, has completely fallen under the second Trump term, the second Trump administration, where what we were seeing during Trump's term number 1 was, hey, ICE, DHS, pretty popular, certainly not unpopular, but all the actions in Minneapolis, in Los Angeles, in these major American cities have been very much rejected by the American people. It has been a political disaster for the second Trump administration.
Harry Enton on CNN. I am so disappointed in Americans who said, I'm voting for this, only to change their minds later on based on 2 specific cases. So let me understand this. Based on Harry Enton's polling with Americans in 2017 and 2018 under Trump, we liked ICE with a lower amount of illegals that entered the country, even after the chief deporter, Barack Obama, shipped out more than Donald Trump. But now, fast forward 8 years later to 2025 and 2026, we don't like ICE after Biden, who is the polar opposite to Obama on illegals specifically, flooded the country so badly that it took this level of DHS intervention to reestablish safety and security in cities like Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Memphis, and now Minneapolis. It's staggering to me. They've had to ramp it up because it's far worse this time around than when Trump 1.0 took over. And I mentioned Trump reconsidering. That is the headline from the latest Wall Street Journal reporting after the Tim Walz call. Headline, Trump will consider reducing number of federal agents in Minnesota. To which I say, don't do it, man. Don't give these lunatics an inch. Hold your ground on what is legally the right thing to do. Don't turn your back on your base that still has a super high rating of you on this very issue. Well over 77% across the board on every poll for Republicans specifically on how they feel with Trump and ICE. And why is this possible? Well, Frank Luntz sharing polling yesterday amongst Democrats, Republicans, and independents combined. First question, is ICE making Americans more or less safe? Only 34% say more safe. I find that hard to believe that you would actually think that way, but some people apparently do. 47% say America is less safe. I feel more safe knowing hundreds of thousands have left or have been deported. We must live in a land of stupid people, or people that only see clips and 8-second snippets. Second question, should ICE be abolished? 46% actually support this. 43% oppose it. Guy Benson of Fox News, who our very own Rich Zioli will fill in for on his national radio show, said this, quote, lots of good economic indicators, huge drop in crime, huge drop in drug overdoses, positive foreign policy developments, but if people are still feeling this way, in 9 months, the GOP is going to get slaughtered in November. People want normalcy and stability. Neither party will give it to them. I would disagree with the last part there. All of Trump's policies are normalcy. They're Clinton, they're Obama policies from 1993 to 2008. We've played countless video clips of of illegal immigration for you. Chuck Schumer, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders. Everything that they said in front of Congress in the 90s and 2000s is exactly what Trump is saying and doing now. The only thing that has changed is party realignment. There's nothing radical about Trump's policies. Nothing at all. We want a good economy, closed borders, law and order on the streets, men to stay out of women's locker rooms, no wars, etc., etc. But as Dawn has said many times, and rightfully so, messaging matters. It does. Catherine Herridge sat down with Jim Jordan, and this transpired during their conversation about messaging and the midterms. Listen and watch.
We're going to win. I think this campaign is, and I think a lot of the modern American politics comes down to this, the basic theme. Go tell the voters what you did. Made life better for them. I think about, we told them we would secure the border, we did. President Trump told them we'd cut taxes, we did. We told them that we would get men out of women's sports, we did. We told them, President Trump said we're gonna stop Iran from getting nuclear capability, we did. So go tell them what we've done, the big beautiful bill, what we've done in that bill to empower parents to work requirements. Go tell them what we did, and then frankly also remind the voters the left is crazy. And I think that's important.
That's one way to put it.
It's you can go down the list. It's crazy not to have a border. It's crazy not to fund the police. It's crazy to say you want to abolish ICE. It is crazy to say men should compete against women in sports. It is crazy to let a Chinese spy balloon fly clear across the country and then shoot it down. Anyone with common sense would have shot it down before it went across the country. But not Democrats, not Joe Biden. President Trump would have. So you can just go example after example. But if you want the left back in power, and you want an open border, and you want higher taxes, and you want record inflation, and you want a commander-in-chief who projects weakness, vote Democrat. If you don't want all that, and you want what we've done, vote Republican. So I think this campaign is so basic, but you got to go tell the voters, we're going to do what we said. We did that. Here's what we're going to do to make life better. And oh, by the way, the left is crazy.
There it is, folks. It's not rocket science, but it is now the mandate from we the people that these people that we elected in the last cycle get out there and message their butts off. Crazy? Here is exactly what Jim Jordan is talking about. This was on Jake Tapper's show yesterday on CNN, in which his guest says that ICE is on the verge of putting illegal aliens in ovens. Listen and watch.
I understand that, but they take people to Fort Snelling here, which literally was built as a concentration camp, and Alligator Alcatraz, which I think we can all agree is a concentration camp. Not saying they're Dachau, I'm not saying they're putting people in ovens yet, but these are concentration camps.
Okay. Yeah, even Jake Tapper can't tolerate that level of stupidity on live television. And neither can the National Holocaust Museum. As they responded to Governor Tim Walz's absurd analogy about Anne Frank and the Holocaust, they write, Anne Frank was targeted and murdered solely because she was Jewish. Leaders making false equivalencies to her experience for political purposes is never acceptable. despite tensions in Minneapolis, exploiting the Holocaust is deeply offensive, especially as anti-Semitism surges, end quote. But this is classic Democrat strategy. You create the problem, an influx of illegals. You be the problem. Then after losing, claim you'll fix the problem. And what a joke this was over the weekend. On Sunday, Tim Walz sent the Minnesota National Guard into Minneapolis, but not to help ICE. Listen and watch this.
Hot chocolate. What are you guys giving out?
Yep, hot chocolate.
You're with the Minnesota National Guard?
Yeah, we are. Yes, we are.
Why was this important for you guys to do today?
It's a demonstration of safety and security. We're here to help.
Awesome. Thank you.
Tim Walz mobilizing his state guard and turning them into a mobile Dunkin' Donuts. But you know what? As much as I'd like to see them help ICE, I'm not going to tell them to stand down and defy orders, much like the left has done in regards to the commander-in-chief ordering strikes on drug boats. I appreciate the National Guard's efforts, and they are merely following orders. See how easy that is? But maybe, just maybe, it's the Hail Homan, a political Hail Mary. Enter the GOAT. Listen and watch.
6% decline. 96% less people are coming. How many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this country every day? How many known suspected terrorists aren't just walking across that border? President Trump and this administration is saving thousands of lives every month. Hard stop. That's just a stone cold fact. I'm just proud to be a part of this. I work with Steve Miller every day. Steve Miller is one of the most brilliant people I've met in my entire life.
Tom Homan has been aces his entire career under Barack Obama and now again under Donald Trump. And the once retired legend who is even highlighted glowingly in a Washington Post feature could be the saving grace. Kristi Noem is not. Bovino is not. Even Barry Weiss, who allegedly is ruining CBS News, has this headline at the Free Press: cynical, sinister, and un-American. Barry Weiss's Free Press takes a wrecking ball to Kristi Noem's reckless speeches and lies. So now the left, again, loves Barry Weiss. But you know, the one who has turned CBS News into MAGA television is not wrong. Homan's the best man for this job. And the best guy to get deals done is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a deal maker, and he's banking on Tom Homan to deliver. And so is the rest of Trump's base that voted for this and wants more victories this fall. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in our YouTube chat, let it rip there. Hit the like and subscribe buttons as well. We'll come back. We'll get Dawn's thoughts, everybody's thoughts on the latest developments. And then we have a lot of other good things to get to as we kick off the hour, the 7 o'clock hour, which is just over 14 minutes away. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on a Tuesday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Announcing that gold has surpassed $5,000 an ounce, and silver is at an all-time high as well. If you need cash to help pay those bills, then you must go to the Estates Roadshow. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold and silver are hot. 3 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Bensalem, and Doylestown. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The prices of gold and silver are at an all-time high, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure, just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, in Bensalem at the Courtyard by Marriott, and in Doylestown at the Doylestown Inn. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com and follow Estates Roadshow on Facebook for all upcoming events.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I'm opening a second location for my coffee shop this year?
I smell trouble brewing.
I needed to print new menus, loyalty cards, window signage, so I went to Staples.
That'll cost you a latte. Get it?
Uh-huh. Actually, I saved $100 on my print order, and everything looks amazing.
Well, grind my beans and call me impressed.
Staples made it easy.
If your business needs to print, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Offer valid in-store and online. Ends 1/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$6.50, Kayal and Company. Let's go. Wake up, rise and grind. Back to work. 855-839-1210. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Cut sheet 7:45. Our buddy Matt Rooney coming up at 8:30. So, Dawn, your thoughts yesterday. I know the phone call with Walz and Trump happened after we ended, but I'm sure you were talking about it.
Yeah.
What do you think strategy-wise is the right thing to do? I mean, I don't want to see a reduction in agents. That, to me, would be something I oppose. I'm glad that they had a phone call and it was so seemingly productive. But what's the approach here? Do you hold your ground and stand up to this and say, no, we're not changing anything despite what polling says? Do we just focus on the economy, knowing that that will probably be the deciding factor? What do you make of this? Because I know this guy's a deal maker, and I'm a little surprised. Hell, I'm shocked, actually, that Walz is willing to talk. But do you want to go against what your base wants? I mean, is this about winning over independents? Will it even matter at this point? Could Trump do, quote, all the right things that he's been criticized for and make a complete 180? And would his numbers change? I don't even know if they would.
I think that the media interpreting this as Trump de-escalating or standing down is I think they're misreading what's going on. I think it's exactly what I said yesterday about from a media standpoint. And I had said, if I were called in as a media expert, I would change the messaging. We're losing the war on media messaging. That means Kristi Noem as well as Greg Bovine, that their messaging is missing the point. So I don't think that President Trump, by saying he's sending in Tom Homan, or that Tom Homan will answer to him, is anything other than Trump managing the media message. That to me is what's going on.
But is he actually changing the message for the media and us to absorb and consume? Because I would argue, and to me, no doubt about it, Tom Homan is far more suited for this than Kristi Noem, for sure, and even Bavino. That being said, I played you the clip in the Big Take. Tom Homan doesn't mince words. Tom Homan's not a finesser. He's not softening the edges or nibbling around the edges. Tom Homan is a punch you in the face kind of guy.
No, but it's what I said yesterday. To me, and I related it to being more of a family of firefighters and in management, that this is mismanaged. So Homan will manage not only these scenes, setting up the perimeter. That to me, look, I didn't go to school for this. Some people do, but that is critical. And I was shocked after being on so many scenes of major protests, of crime scenes, murder scenes. There's always a perimeter, and you don't break the perimeter. So to me, just evaluating it, it's being mismanaged on every scene, and then as well mismanaged in the media messaging. Well, so by doing that, what Trump is doing is he's saying, Tom, get in there, manage it. That, to me personally, that's what's happening here.
855-839-1210. We'll continue this on the other side, as well as, speaking of midterms, I want to get into this a little bit, not so much with all of these different senators and House Republicans and Democrats, but we do have 33 senators up for re-election out of the 100 this fall, and I've got some approval ratings, including our two local guys here in McCormick and Fetterman, and we'll kind of spin that more locally when we come back. Couple of interesting headlines out there with Josh Shapiro not being loved by his own elected Democrats in office in the state of Pennsylvania. And also, what is Stacey Garrity's biggest challenge? It's not anything to do with Shapiro policy-wise or what he says. Details next.
It's a new year, and there's no better time to invest in your smile than right now. It's 2026, and this is the year that you want healthier teeth, greater confidence, and care you can trust. So make your appointment now with Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. With Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and I should know he's my dentist. And for over 12 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dental surgery and procedures. He treats other doctors. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. So, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, and when it comes to your health, you don't cut corners. That's why it's so important. You go to the best and only the best. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Make your appointment to get your free dental implant consultation today. If you already had an estimate, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. This is your smile we're talking about. VeneriaDental.com, BANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
For 100 years, Edelman's in Jenkintown has been the name families trust when it's time to sell gold, silver, and coins. A 4th-generation family-owned business built on fairness, honesty, and treating every customer with true respect. At Edelman's, you'll always get a clear, no-pressure offer. Their best offer first. Sell your gold jewelry, bullion, or coins with confidence at Edelman's. Visit edelmanscoins.com or call 215-572-6480. Edelman's, where fairness has been our family tradition for 100 years.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand, so make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy efficient replacement window, which also includes free high performance performance low E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're going to set one New Year's resolution this year, it should be to protect yourself and your family, and my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop will help. See, Bob's isn't just about selling firearms. They're a full-service shop with over 60 years of helping people like us become responsible, safe gun owners. They're going to guide you through the entire process from applying for your permit, helping you select a firearm that fits you best, and most importantly, train you on how to safely operate your firearm. And you're going to get hands-on training with one of Bob's certified NRA and range safety officers. Now, I've been working with Bob's in selecting another firearm, and I'm working with their certified trainers to help sharpen my skills, because you always got to sharpen your skills, right? Listen, I'm telling you, the team at Bob's, they are the best in the business. So make 2026 the year you protect yourself and your family and exercise your Second Amendment rights. Visit Bob'sLittleSportShop.com. Bob'sLittleSportShop.com, my go-to place for all things freedom and liberty. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in. 7 o'clock hour officially underway as we kick off hour 2 here on a Rooney Tuesday. Cut sheet coming up in just under 45 minutes. Matt Rooney, an hour and a half from now. We will also get to 2 stories in the world of social media. Trump and the American-backed investors who now officially have TikTok out of the hands of ByteDance and Chinese companies and in the hands of Americans now. And also a landmark court case coming up on how addictive social media is and its impact on your mental health. But I do want to stay with the theme of the morning, which is what's going on in Minneapolis. I mean, it's the headline everywhere. No matter where every single website is just inundated with headlines from what's going on with these protests that continue to rage on in the middle of America. But my theme of the big take this morning was, will ICE impact the midterms? And with the midterms coming up, there's a lot of stuff locally that we can chop up. Now, not so much specifically with Fetterman and McCormick. John Fetterman has 2 more years left. Dave McCormick has 5 more years left on his 6-year Senate term. But there are a lot of senators up for re-election, 33 of the 100 this fall. And that doesn't even begin to start where we get into House Republicans, House Democrats in Congress. And I saw these, I mentioned this very briefly in passing yesterday, and we'll get to Shapiro and Stacey Garrity coming up in a moment as well. U.S. senators ranked by net approval, and they start, this is from the Morning Consult, with the highest of the bunch, which is actually Bernie Sanders at plus 39, Ed Markey at plus 32, Pocahontas plus 29, and then you get to Republicans. Top-ranking Republican right now in net approval is our boy John Kennedy from Louisiana. You have Bill Hagerty from Tennessee's a plus 27. Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee's a plus 22. Then you get to Ruben Gallego, Democrat from Arizona. He's a plus 22. That little slimeball Schiff in California, he's actually a plus 21. Klobuchar in Minnesota, which is obviously relevant with ICE, is a plus 20. Then you get to Republicans again, Tommy Tuberville. I'm just giving you some notable names here that draw a lot of national attention. He's a Republican from Alabama, plus 19. Ossoff in Georgia, a Democrat, is plus 18. Slotkin in Michigan's a plus 17. Ashley Moody is plus 17 from Florida. She's a Republican. And then we get down to some of our locals. John Fetterman right now, Democrat, he's a plus 15. A bunch of notable Republicans also at plus 15. Tom Cotton, Josh Hawley, Dave McCormick is a plus 12. And then you get to the negatives, and the negatives are pretty interesting. Lindsey Graham is a negative 2. Murkowski, Collins are minus 9 and 13, respectively. Mitch McConnell, by the way, is a minus 36. Chuck Schumer's a plus 10, on and on and on. And I think this is more than just ICE. I really do. I think this is when you look at who you voted for and what you voted for. Are these people, whether they're serving 2-year terms in the House or 6-year terms in the Senate, are they delivering on what you, the constituent, you, the voter, in your specific region asked for? And I got a tweet, and I want to read this. And this is this mindset continues to persist amongst some Trump supporters, and it drives me insane. It'll never go away because some people just can't get out of their own little bubble and look at the way other people are thinking. Regardless of whether or not we know they're insane, they still have a vote, and their vote will count. Justin says, by the way, his handle is I slay leftists. He goes, nope. And I said, based on my tweet, I said, will ICE freeze out MAGA in the midterms? My little tease for the big take. He says, nope, we voted for this. ICE is doing its job. Leftist whack jobs need to stop interfering with ICE and Border Patrol, and don't bring a loaded gun and get in a tussle with federal agents. I understand where you're coming from. That was the theme of my big take yesterday. But this mindset of these people on the left, they vote and they have an impact. And to sit there, and let's also keep in mind, Trump's not on the ballot anymore. He's ineligible to run. And what happens when Donald Trump is not on a ballot? Republicans sit at home with their thumb up their butt. That's what they do. They do not show up in the numbers for a Senate candidate. I don't care if it's Pennsylvania. I don't care if it's a congressional candidate in Ohio. I don't care if it's Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey. Republicans don't come out as energized when Donald J. Trump is not on the ballot. That's a stone cold fact. It's been proven for a decade. So you can sit here and say you voted for this, but if you don't vote in the fall, and I don't know where Justin lives, I mean, maybe he doesn't have anything to vote for because Pennsylvania does not have a House race or a Senate race coming up in November of 2026. The next big one in Pennsylvania will be the fall of 2027 with Shapiro and Stacey Garrity. But if you are in an area where you have an option to reelect or vote for a new Republican and you sit home, well, then I don't want to hear how MAGA you are. I don't, because your boy has 3 years left. He's starting year 2. And it's a lot easier if he has complete power. You have the White House, you have the House of Representatives, you have the Senate, you have a Supreme Court conservative majority, you have all of the balls in your court. And losing one of those 4, it's not the end of the world, but it makes life more difficult for you and your guy. So I just don't want to hear that you're slaying leftists anymore when you sit home and you don't vote because you are uninspired, whether that is Stacey Garrity or any other Republican out there that doesn't get you galvanized like 47 does. You have to vote for them. If you want the agenda to continue, you know what to do. We've done this before.
Do you really think, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, do you really think that something that happens or that happened in January of 2026 is going to have any impact on how people vote in October or November of 2026? Because I don't.
You don't think this ICE stuff can work and backfire against Republicans?
I think that right now it is. I think that people are pissed off. Yes, I do believe
because
that.
Because Democrats aren't going to unsink their teeth that they've already sank their teeth into on this.
I'm going to channel my inner Don Stensland, and I'm going to say something that is probably going to shock both of you. But yesterday was the first day that you could file your income taxes, right? Mm-hmm. April 15th or 14th. 15th
hey, it's coming.
Is the deadline. You can now write off tips, overtime. So that, you're going to get a lot more blue collar workers who are going to get a bigger rebate, a bigger check rebate. in April.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody sees that, do you think that that's going to overwhelmingly say, hey, man, there's more money in my pocket, this is good? Or do you think some scuffle with ICE is going to determine them coming out to the...
I'm not worried.
You know what I mean?
I'm not worried about the Republicans. I'm worried about the percentage I gave you last week where there were 12% of independents that were polled in a favorability rating of Trump that said not sure, don't know, undecided. I'm talking about winning the, quote, whatever's left out there that can be won, right? Because, Republicans are like, hey, 88% Trump, yes, yes, yes. 88% of Democrats, no Trump, boo Trump, orange man bad. And then you look at that number, and I know 88 is not going to leave us, really 12. But whatever that percentage is, 5%, 15%, 9.2%, the impressionables out there, I don't know that no tax on tips will outweigh negative coverage of ICE in the media.
No, I disagree.
To what Dawn talks about.
I 1,000,000,000% disagree. Yes.
Look at you taking positive pills during the break.
I just feel like this is a now look, I say it all the time, my Pico bill had a comma in it. So energy bills are way too high, and they will continue to be. Grocery prices are still way too high. I don't know if the average everyday person is feeling it. But if you get that section of society that is going to get a bigger rebate because of not having to declare tips or being able to write them off, I should say, and overtime, that's a big deal for a lot of people.
Do you think there's a big enough portion of people that are in the tip industry that can change the results of an election?
It's not just that. It's just think of the overtime thing. I think is the biggest one. Think of nurses. Think of, you know what I mean? People that are...
Cops.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. So I do think that, look, do I think the midterms are going to be a bloodbath? I absolutely do. But I to sit here and say that the ICE coverage right now is going to determine anything in the 2026 election that's going to happen in October and November is like, it's not... People are going to forget this in 2 weeks.
Yeah, maybe if Trump really does reduce the number of agents federally in Minneapolis. But if you think ICE is just going to close up shop and not be a factor in other communities where ICE assistance is required, I think you're sadly mistaken. Like, Trump will negotiate. He'll do deals. Dawn talks about it, the art of the deal. But Trump's not just going to all of a sudden become like Joe Biden and not have an ICE presence. They leave Minneapolis. They're heading to the next city on the list. I mean, think about it. In 1 year, we went from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. to Memphis. I mean, they've had great results in their apprehensions, detainments, arrests, deportations in every city. The only issue here in Minneapolis amongst Democrats and the media is the fact that Renee Good died and this Anthony Pretty or Andrew Pretty, whatever his name, Alex Pretty. I'll take Alex for 400. Thank you. Other than that, they haven't had really any. I mean, you think about it, I gave you the number yesterday. Only like 0.0067% of interactions have resulted in disasters, tragedies, casualties, fatalities, whatever you want to call it. It's an incredible success rate. I mean, if you remove that's the thing. If you remove your emotions and your feelings and what a headline says or what an 8-second clip says, and you look at the totality of this operation, considering the volume of encounters that they've had to create based on what the past administration ushered in, my God, it's an incredible success rate. But we only get, it's like the same thing with cops. Cops, 99.99% of cops, they're good. Then all of a sudden you have Derek Chauvin, George Floyd, and now it's like, what, 1 out of every 2 cops are bad cops? That's not true. Same thing when we talk about school shootings and mass school shootings. The volume of them, and we've debunked this, and Dawn and Greg, we were doing this a year ago when all these shootings were happening, a lot of which were transgender individuals. We don't have a school shooting society that we live in today. It's no different than it was with Columbine. It's the media and the social media coverage of all of this in the never-ending 24/7 news cycle that has led us to believe they're happening at a far more frequent rate. Heck, Obama had more deaths with ICE in his 8 years than Trump has had so far in 5 years and 3 days. So I just think it's these people that fall for the ridiculous rhetoric of ICE is Nazis, Trump is Hitler, and maybe I'm actually wrong about the decline and the impact of legacy media, and maybe those decline in ratings really don't matter because there are still some people that watch it. These people buy into this stuff.
Yeah, I think that a couple of things. I think as far as looking at the numbers in Minnesota, according to the DHS, they've made about 10,000 arrests this year since Trump has come into office, and just in 6 weeks, 3,000 arrests. So they do have a disproportionate amount of, they say, illegal criminals. They've asked for help with Minnesota and Minneapolis. I think that is now going to happen. I think you'll see more cooperation after Trump had these conversations with both the Minnesota governor and the mayor of Minneapolis. So I think that's a good thing that finally the mayor and the governor are willing to have a conversation and say, let's cooperate and let's get the so-called worst of the worst. And their mugshots are on the sites. I mean, these are real arrests. They are happening, and they are violent criminals with violent pasts who are wanted in their home countries. So that's real. What are we talking about? Do I think, as a cynic, that it's quite possible that all of these, you think about 10,000 illegals, and those are just the ones with a criminal past, right? Do I think this is about the midterms and there's a connection? Of course I do. Do I believe that it's very possible that on both sides of the aisle, that these individuals are believed to have driver's license, that they may have voted? Possibly, sure. And I think that's the heart of it. I think that the mantra that, Trump says, make America safe again, I think that's true. But I also believe that I've just heard too many people say that it's very possible that some of these individuals who we now know have been receiving public assistance, taxpayer-funded public assistance.
Yep.
They have driver's licenses. And it's very possible that they were voting. I think that's possible, don't you?
Yeah.
And so when looking at all of it, why not deport them?
Mm-hmm.
Number one, they're convicted violent criminals.
You just had it in your news this morning. A 40-year-old illegal threw a rock through a school bus and for a Jewish school, and an 8-year-old Jewish girl is going to have permanent brain damage.
Yeah, so it's a win-win. Let's get the violent criminals out, and perhaps they were voting too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
A thief is a liar and a liar is a thief. If they're already a convicted criminal, what stops them from trying to vote?
Ain't that the truth? 855-839-1210. All right, Minnesota ICE. We're done with that. We'll get back to that if it occurs and arises in the cut sheet, which I believe it will. But let's get to some social media stuff on the other side. Politico with this headline that I want to pick apart. How the TikTok deal could tighten Trump's cultural grip. And also, speaking of social media, a landmark social media addiction trial starts today in California. We'll talk about this on the other side. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you ready to escape? Let's head to Portugal and Spain this spring. How about it? Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait. You know by now, I would not go anywhere across the pond unless Conservative Tours and Ken Chase was running the show. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. After the last couple of adventures in Europe with so many of you, I wouldn't recommend you to anybody else. Fine dining, great wines, seaside villages that take your breath away. They're so stunning to behold. 5738. Yes, that includes your nonstop flight from Philadelphia to Lisbon. The picturesque Douro River Valley, 4-star hotel properties, of course. All the dining events that we've come to enjoy together, by the way, rivaling the best in Europe. And Portugal is Europe's best kept secret, as they say. So I want to take you there before the big secret's out. Private Portuguese tour escort for your 10-day adventure. Step over the border into Galicia in Old World Spain. Fly home from Porto. Join me, won't you, for all the history, the cuisine, and the camaraderie that we've come to share, the unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. Call toll free 888-733-9494. conservativetours.com. I could go on and on. If you go to conservativetours.com, you'll see the itinerary. So Sintra, Coimbra, by the way, Cascais, Cabo de Roca, and of course, lively and charming Lisbon. All your sightseeing and private guiding. Call now before this flight is full. It's almost full. I can't wait till next spring. Join me, won't you? Conservativetours.com. See you at the Cafe Majestic in Porto. Conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the $700,000 home field hangout drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 to create your dream home theater. Drawings every Saturday. Grand prize drawing January 31st. Score big during home field hangout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth Podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Announcing that gold is now over $5,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, the States Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. For more info, go to tmtcashforgold.com.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$7:21 live on a Tuesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nikhil, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. If you can't listen on the radio, you can always listen live on the Odyssey app. We're also on the iHeartRadio app. And, of course, you can watch the show, which is what we really love the most. You know, short of you listening on 1210 a.m., gosh darn it, the YouTube is like our favorite.
Gosh darn it.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. My guess is, if recent history serves me correct, the likes are not matching the views.
No. By the way, a little shout out to the Woot Tube chat, as they like to call themselves. David in South Carolina, Susie loves Jaffe, T-Base, Dottie, Big City Liberal, Bryn Mawr Builders, Gary Stam. Who else here? Chris Eppolito, Sue Alberici, my buddy, Mangle Mush, Joseph,
Joseph.
Joe from Columbus.
Hey, Joe.
A lot of people out there today.
Joe always comes to the remotes.
Love Joe.
Walks right up, shakes his hand,
Yep.
says hello. Love Joe.
91 LSX are my spirit animal.
Do you like him more than Road Warrior?
No, because Road Warrior is my friend, actually. You know what I mean?
Road Warrior. He's more than a spirit animal?
Well, I've never met with 91 LSX. I'd love to meet him.
He still has not showed up at an event.
I've never. I don't. I've never met him or seen him that I know of. And 91, if I have met you, I apologize, but I don't believe I've ever met him. You know, Road Warrior and I are like buddies. We text and we go out and ride together. I mean, we haven't recently, but
yeah. He sent me a DM yesterday saying the more he watches and pays attention to this Minneapolis situation, he thinks that this is a disaster. Bad shot, the whole bit. So
well, they're saying. So what concerned me was gun people. Even my brother initially said that firearm is, and this is nothing official, but my brother says that firearm has had recalls or is known to misfire.
Oh yeah,
apparently
you drop it, it goes off.
So there are all these people, you know, who I mean, there will be an official investigation, but they're saying they're alleging or theorizing that what happened was that the officer was holding it misfired, then everybody else thinks they're being fired upon, which explains why all the shots, which is horrifying. And I'm likened to agree with something like that because obviously President Trump gets briefed on all of this. So sometimes I read between the lines and all these senators get briefed on it. So you look at like Ted Cruz and even our senators, the fact that the way they're all speaking tells me that they've received high-level briefings. They know more, obviously, than we know.
How about the fact that the president is walking back his statements as well? You know,
he's been cautious.
He's kind of distancing himself from what Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance and all those people have said. Caroline Leavitt yesterday said, I speak for the president. Basically saying, like...
They don't speak for him.
Like, visa, yes. So it's very interesting to see that they know that this is a political PR disaster for them.
Well,
they do.
It's not only a PR disaster. Think about Trump. What does he talk about all the time?
Yeah.
He talks all the time about the death toll, even of the Russian soldiers or the Ukrainian soldiers. You know, do you think that as president, the number one job for the president of the United States of America is to keep us safe and secure our borders?
Preserve
so
life.
So no matter how people want to argue back and forth about this, it's horrible.
Yeah.
To have two American citizens, die amidst all of this. That's never good. So people could say, well, the argue whether law enforcement goofed up or misfired or whatever happened here. The big picture here is, that's why I said yesterday, it's a management issue. Manage it better so we don't want anybody to die.
Yeah.
The whole goal here was to take violent, dangerous illegals here in this country illegally, but on top of it, violent, dangerous, and convicted previously off our streets. To make everything safer. Nobody, it's horrible.
Well, can we play this? I know you wanted to. We can move on in a second, but I wanted to. Of course, staying with this Minnesota thing. Excuse me. Tim Walz commented yesterday. He was on, I think, the NPR version of Minnesota radio yesterday.
It's called MPR.
Yeah,
I see that. I see the little graphic.
And from his side of the story, the conversation that happened when him and Trump spoke.
The perfect phone call.
Roll this.
I would characterize, along with the president, I think it was productive.
Yeah, so let's start with that call. I understand that you initiated it. Is that correct?
We asked for it a while back, and this was the time they came through. I got a early morning call from the president's chief of staff, who we have been communicating with regularly, several times a day, myself or my team speaking with Susie Wiles, and she said the president wants to speak with you, and they called back in to us, and we spoke for about 10 minutes. 10, 15 minutes.
Did the president make any firm commitments that the course of this immigration operation will change?
Well, I asked two things were clear. First of all, I asked that we have a fair and independent investigation into the murder of both Renee Good and Alex, and that we have to be able to do that. And he said, we'll look at that. We'll take a look at that. And I said, we just have to reduce these numbers. We started out with that, and he pledged that, look, I'm going to send Tom Homan in. We'll do things differently. He explained to me how he thought it was very successful in Louisiana, very successful in Louisville, which I shared with him, but ICE did not shoot anybody there, and the presence was much smaller and much more targeted. Like they were doing actual ICE work. This is, as we've seen, massive numbers. So it was cordial. I think he understood this. I told him that this is unsustainable, and I said, quite honestly, no one wants this, and I hope that's true. No one wants this.
What about the investigation? I mean, you asked for him to allow state investigators into the fold regarding the deaths of Alex Preddy and Renee Macklin Good. What precisely did he say in
He said
response?
he would look into it, and he said, look into it. I hear you. We'll look into it.
And what if that doesn't happen?
Well, then we'll keep pushing. I mean, this is, and I want to be very careful here. I don't want to, and one of the reasons that I am staying a little behind the scenes and working constantly on those calls is that part of this is about how you're viewed by this White House. I think the listeners here in Minnesota know that I'm somewhat of a lightning rod for this administration. I certainly don't want to be that, but I've had to be speaking up about the atrocities that we're seeing and pushing back. So at this point in time, the president certainly seemed earnest. He pledged to me that we would do this. As I said, we've been in communication over the weekend with his team pretty extensively. I'm understanding now that, and he said he would have Tom Homan in here, and we'll be in touch, I hope, later tonight. I'm understanding that Mr. Bovino and Kristi Noem are no longer going to be here. I would take that a step further. I would hope they're no longer in jobs because they've helped foster this. And we spoke a little bit, and I tried to make the case about Alex. I just spent a set-down hour with his colleague.
Dawn, you wanted to say something in regards to his
to say
terminology?
Murder. Yeah, murder is premeditation.
Agreed.
And so just say the horrible killing or tragic
100%.
killing, whatever he wants to say. But to say murder is inflammatory and irresponsible.
Agree 100%.
You notice
there's
how-
no
yeah.
reason for him.
Yeah.
There's
Agreed.
no reason for
Stop.
him as the governor of that state to say that.
Yeah.
No reason.
Outside of the word murder there, you notice how dialed back and reserved and relatively normal he seemed, yet when he's out there, in front of a big crowd giving a speech to keep protesting and standing up and resisting, it just goes to show you how, disgusting politicians are across the board on both sides. We'll put on a big song and a dance, and then when we have a phone call off the record or on the record, but obviously nobody can see it, nobody can hear it, they're probably very cordial and respectful and polite with each other. And it's and you can just take Trump out of the equation if you want for a moment. Let's just say it was like Ron DeSantis and Tim Walz or Gavin Newsom and insert whatever Republican governor you want in any other state, Kay Ivey from Alabama. All of a sudden they have these polite back and forth conversations. And why? Because it's all about managing crises or crises, your PR, your approval, your favorability rating. How much of that right there from Tim Walz that you just heard, or even the phone call with Trump, is meant to hopefully soften the landing for him amongst fraud investigation? And on the flip side, Trump he sees the polls. He pays attention to every media outlet and every poll, and he knows that his ICE operation is polling historically negative. So it's now all of a sudden, after two people are dead, now we want to and I'm all for having conversations to de-escalate situations and letting cooler heads prevail, because as Americans, we tend to lose our control and our temper and things like that. But I sit here and I listen to Walz. I'm like, that's not the same Tim Walz that was out there for 107 days with Kamala Harris. That's not the same Tim Walz I see every day. He's like, and I actually will call him out on something. I've been behind the scenes mostly. No, the hell you haven't. Just yesterday, you brought up Anne Frank and the Holocaust, for God's sakes. Don't act like you're letting let discretion be the better part of valor as a man of integrity. Tim Walz knows that he is cooked, but this is a guy who has dropped out of a re-election bid. You think Tim Walz wants to drop out? Tim Walz knew he had to drop out.
No, and we saw that damning and played it over and over on early January, first week in January, the damning whistleblowers testifying before Congress.
Yep.
And so we know that, Walz and these guys are, they're being subpoenaed, they're under investigation. And there's no question in the back of Governor Walz's mind that he's trying to mitigate whatever allegations of the alleged $9 billion in the fleecing of Minnesotans, with these scams going on, with the daycare scams. What did he know? When did he know it? I mean, the allegation by the whistleblowers is that they knew.
I wonder,
so he mitigates that.
I wonder if that NPR reporter,
Minnesota,
asked him about it. I don't want to accuse him of not, because I did not listen to the entire interview. So if he did, I'm very happy that this NPR reporter did. But there's something that tells me he didn't. I don't know. I just feel like,
as far as what question do you think was omitted potentially?
About the fraud.
About the fraud.
About the fraud that's happening in Minnesota.
Yeah. I'd love to know.
That's a huge story.
And how long that interview is, because you don't get these guys for, sustainable periods of time, locally. They'll do 2 hours on Fox News or CNN, but you get 13 minutes with them on radio. So I'm wondering, what the allotment, or if there was anything off limits.
So much so that the Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Fry, says, quote, "The fraud that took place here is very real."
After denying for a long time that there was no fraud, just like Gavin Newsom does.
He was on the Kara Swisher podcast. Roll this.
So the fraud is real. Mm-hmm. The fraud that took place here is very real. And when you commit fraud, you get investigated, you get charged, you get prosecuted, you get arrested, and you go to jail. As an individual, you go to jail as an individual. The whole community, however, that you are part of, and the whole city that you live in, is not held responsible. The whole state you live in is not held responsible. That's the way things work in Minnesota. That's the way things work in the United States of America, because everybody has due process and habeas corpus rights.
Unless you are, of course, a politician, and then in which you never seem to have your feet held to the fire. Sure, you get deposed, but you can skip a deposition. Don't matter if you're a Clinton or if you're Jim Jordan. You don't have to show up. The rest of us, they'd send out the warrant unit and drag us in kicking and screaming. But here's the thing. He talks about the fraud. Well, Jacob, did you know? My guess is, and again, I don't have the evidence that proves that you did, but all of these people, my belief is they turn a blind eye to all of this with fraud. Why? Because it's about staying in power. And how do you stay in power? By committing fraud, incentivizing people to vote for you. That's what this is all about. This is, and on the flip side, Republicans as well, don't get it twisted. Republicans, one of the big reasons why deportations beyond safety, security, illegal criminals, rape, I got all of that. That's the main thing valid. Republicans in office, they want to stay in power, and they don't want to lose power because an illegal alien was able to vote for a Democrat after the illegal had their wheels greased with free things under the guise of fraud, where these people are like, well, who was it during the pandemic that said, yeah, things got a little crazy, we lost track of things, we lost tabs, these types of things happen. $9 billion, in my opinion, in fraud, if that's the number, and I think it could actually be higher. That doesn't happen as a clerical error, right? You get a check and somebody gives you a check and there's $3 more on than you thought you were getting, or additional couple of pennies. Not $9 billion. $9 billion doesn't just go missing by administrative default. I mean, give me a break with that. Good God.
No, and I have not seen, to answer Greg's question, I'm not seeing that Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota has said much about why even he dropped out of rerunning for his job.
Yep. Wouldn't that be, if you're an interviewer, wouldn't that be what the first question you ask?
Has to be.
Honestly,
I don't find it.
Unless you go with the ICE stuff first, and then immediately after, and I'm not saying don't do a follow-up. Obviously, you got to pick him, go back and forth and listen to what he's saying. You jot down a note, you hit him with a thought. Well, okay, so you're saying blah, blah, blah. So tell me why, blah, blah, blah. But eventually you have to get to fraud. Fraud cannot be anything further down than the second topic. But again, I don't know how long that interview was. That was, 2 minutes and 37 seconds?
I think, to be honest with you, I could be wrong, but I think they have like a monthly Ask the Governor type interview with him. So
I'm wondering if it's like almost like a monthly call-in type show, like a State of the Union type thing for Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
But it was a half hour, and it was the first time he's done a sit-down interview.
So they don't. Okay. All right.
So I'm looking through it.
Yeah.
I do not see where he commented or said anything, because I think it would be a headline.
There you go. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump. I'm kind of curious, too. Do you think Shapiro, I mean, I don't consume a ton of NPR. Not that I'm guessing most people listening to this show do not as well. But do you think Shapiro would be doing something on a routine basis like that locally in Pennsylvania, like Tim Walz just did? Josh Shapiro's in the head, by the way. And how about some of these headlines? Because we only have about 2 minutes here. So let me just hit these. I wanted to get to the landmark SCOTUS case and the TikTok stuff. We could actually save that for later or tomorrow. But the Shapiro stuff is fascinating. And I don't know if you guys saw this. I know our buddy Harry Mays yesterday sent in a couple of links to some stories written by one of Dawn's recurring guests, Nate Benefield. One from the Pottsville Mercury. Pennsylvanians can't afford to get sugar honey iced tea done. Shapiro talks affordability, but Pennsylvanians pay the price. Also, the Commonwealth Foundation with an article, and this is a little bit dated, but still relevant because Shapiro's been in the news a ton lately. Shapiro's lack of productivity. He is actually, as far as bills being signed into law, he's the least productive Pennsylvania governor in the last 150 years, even though the media always speaks glowingly of him as a common sense, likable, down-to-earth, moderate. And yes, I know popularity-wise in Pennsylvania, polling-wise, Shapiro is deemed successful and popular. But I thought this was interesting. Holly Otterbein and Alex Thompson from Axios just had an article published on the 26th about Shapiro liked amongst his constituents, but not liked in the least bit, having, quote, burned a ton of bridges by elected Pennsylvania Democratic officials. So this is interesting because, Dawn, you had mentioned this, the Pennsylvania Passover, which is 1,000% valid. You know, we talked about this locally, forget, partisan politics. Was Shapiro snubbed by Harris for who we just heard there and saw, Tim Walz? I think we all agree that Shapiro would have been the better choice, and his Jewish faith probably had a lot to do with it. But how about the fact now that not only was he spurned nationally under the spotlight, but even here locally in the state amongst elected peers in the Democrat Party, that Josh Shapiro is not liked by his own party? I find that to be incredibly fascinating. And I think what's going to happen here, and it always doesn't matter if you're one of the few good guys in politics or the most majority corrupt bad people, those skeletons get revealed the bigger the stage gets. So as Josh Shapiro gears up for 2028 and he wants to go against Gavin Newsom, the baggage is already out there with Gavin Newsom. We know about all of Gavin's failures in office. And we certainly know about some of the stories with Shapiro with the sexual stuff that happened allegedly at the Attorney General's office. But as he becomes more of a player in the arena, I think you're going to, and I'm not saying that there's bad stuff out there, skeletons, infidelity, or anything like that, but you're going to start to see his track record come to light. And luckily, we have some people like Nate Benefield that actually write this stuff, because you're not going to get this in the Philadelphia Inquirer. They're not going to do, and I'm not even going to say what Nate Benefield wrote was a hit piece. It's not. It's just the facts. He has been, quote, the least productive governor in 150 years. So I don't think he's going to be able to escape the other side of the media when it comes to being picked apart strand for strand like he has done so far in his governorship of Pennsylvania. I think it's going to be interesting to see if he is really what he claims to be or if he gets exposed, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just interviewed late last week Nate Benefield about that topic. I think the energy issue is something that Shapiro will take a hit for, because he pushed for Reggie and Pacer and has gone back and forth on that one. So even though he's putting out those ads, then he has Stacey Garrity. She's ramping up her ads. She's running for governor on the Republican side. He still has that Axios article that you referenced, he still has about a 60% approval rating. How does that look in PA as, you know, the ads and the momentum with Republicans as they blast him? But this notion that his own party is against him, I don't know. Matt Bradford, who's a name out of Montgomery County, you know, and Matt has, you know, he gets a ton of money from the teachers and officials and the NEA and all of that. You know, at the end of the day, Josh Shapiro still promised the school vouchers and then line item vetoed it in the last budget. I think that he never lives that down when he went on every network, including Fox, and promised it. It was really the hallmark of one of his promises. The fact that our test scores in Pennsylvania continue to be very disappointing, reading, math, all of that, and parents, you know, will blame him for that. So I think that does hurt him.
And of course, closing down warming centers for the homeless to pimp your book. So, you know, we want to help the homeless when we can, but, you know, when profits are on the line, people be damned. By the way, the Inquirer wrote Stacey Garrity's biggest challenge against Josh Shapiro may be overcoming his $30 million war chest that he has. He's well funded. All right, we'll come back, get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, and in under 45 minutes, Matt Rooney. The question is, will Rooney be on time? We'll find out shortly. Stay there.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. At Barlow, we believe that family comes first, and so does the ride that gets you there. Whether it's the elegant design of the Buick Enclave or the power and confidence of the GMC Sierra, we've got the perfect vehicle to start your year right. This new year, enjoy incredible savings, honest pricing, and dedicated service. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
In the words of Mark Twain, history does not repeat itself, but it does rhyme. This week's expert report looks at warning signs most everyday investors ignored before the Nifty 50 market crash of 1973 and how those warning signs are extremely similar to the market conditions we're experiencing now. As the markets boomed after World War II, investors crowded into a small group of well-known can't-miss stocks known as the Nifty 50. These 50 stocks were valued at nearly 45 times their earnings, and by 1972, they made up almost half of the entire S&P value. That confidence was shaken in 1973 when oil prices quadrupled, causing the S&P 500 to fall 50%, while those so-called can't-miss stocks, they declined 60 to 80%. Now, currently, just 7 companies represent about 36% of the market's total value, and 6 of those companies trade at roughly 25 to 50 times their earnings, while Tesla is valued at more than 200 times their earnings. So let me ask you, do you hear the rhyme? Historically, market drops vary in their size, duration, and what causes them. But they all rhyme in that they strike when Wall Street looks invincible and leaves everyday investors high and dry. If you're in or near retirement, it is crucial that you heed these warnings and learn how you can protect your nest egg without sacrificing growth opportunities. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system is designed to provide market-like returns without market risk. Should the 7 largest companies on Wall Street continue to drive the markets higher, then you can enjoy greater potential for double-digit interest returns. But should the markets crash, your entire nest egg is protected. Schedule a no-cost appointment with a retirement phase expert today. Simply call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
7:48, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on this Tuesday morning. Matt Rooney coming up at 8:30. Fight Club at 9:10. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in if you'd like to get aboard. Also on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, your comments in the YouTube chat. All right. I am all Minnesoted out. Let's see if we have...
Wow.
Well,
then you're not going to like how we start.
Oh, man. And I actually looked at it.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
The cut sheet!
You actually looked at it and what?
I read it last night, and I just figured we would maybe just start with... Give me just one.
Well, different angle. We're going to do we're going to do Dawn's favorite subject, the media. Not really the media, but like... We'll start with sports and then Stephen Colbert.
I like it.
Let's start with sports here. The Minnesota Timberwolves, this is 26, held a moment of silence for Alex Preddy. I'm just curious. If this is like... Now look, it happened in Minnesota.
Yep.
So maybe this is normal. I don't know. I'm asking for a friend.
Remember the ICE officer in the Renee Good shooting?
Yep.
In Minneapolis, prior to that shooting, almost died. Now, keyword almost, but almost died when he was pulled down the street for 100 yards by an illegal alien and suffered what was considered close to life-threatening injuries. Did the Minnesota Timberwolves hold a moment of silence for him in 2024? I'm just wondering.
Hang on a second. Sharon Kennedy, you are correct. Oh, what's on the country on this Tuesday? Brought to you by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Sharon, for keeping me honest, because you're absolutely right. I forgot to do my signature trademark and read the sponsor, which is way more important.
It's the last thing my kids consume before they get on the bus.
Well, there's no school today, so they're not going to be getting on a bus. They shouldn't be consuming this. Be a better father and don't let them listen to this.
I've tried to tell my wife, I'm like, look, this is not meant for 11-year-olds.
It's not.
The one time, this is the first, by the way, this is like the first show my wife has ever listened to.
Really?
In the history of me doing radio. She never listened to any sports show I ever did.
Well, she doesn't,
and by the way, she likes sports more than she likes this stuff.
Oh, really?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. No, she will not sit down with me to watch
a
Fox News show or a debate or a campaign speech. Not a chance in hell.
Tell your wife to let your daughters listen to Preston and Steve or something. I'm sure they're debating what the best hamburger in the area is.
Or the Kathy Romano show, because they like that kind of music.
Okay, good. Good. Yeah. Stay in the family.
Stay in the family.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm an Odyssey corporate whore.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Let's start here with the Minnesota Timberwolves. We said this yesterday. The Minnesota Wild, the Minnesota hockey team, played its game on Saturday. By the way, against the Florida Panthers, who were just in the White House. So everybody's like, see, it's MAGA. The MAGA Panthers. That's the reason that the NHL and hockey's playing. No, it's because the NHL doesn't bow to nonsense, and they know that that people go to sporting events to escape this stuff.
Yeah, it's
and
interesting.
They don't need it to be drummed down their throats all the time.
Yet here in Philadelphia, we have the Flyers hosting Pride Night. So It's interesting
It's a
which
good point.
franchises acknowledge certain things politically and
Yeah.
others ignore it.
All right, let's play this. That's my question. I'm not.
Do they do this when anybody in the military tragically is killed overseas that lived in the Twin Cities? Do they pause for that? I'm just wondering. All I'm saying is give me consistency.
Well,
Whether I agree with the message, the consistency, at least I can say you're not a hypocrite, right?
I'm good with them doing a moment of silence for a community member. I am. I'm just curious of when they decide that it's appropriate to do this. I'm not saying that this was inappropriate at all. All I'm saying is that when do you decide what is it? Because people die every day.
Mm-hmm.
People are murdered. People are killed. You know what I mean? Like people die every day in Minnesota. Yeah. So where's the line then? That's my question.
I looked this up because I did not know. So the Minnesota Wild, the NHL franchise, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, which we just played you, the NBA franchise, they're actually 9.5 miles apart arena-wise. In Minneapolis itself, the Timberwolves play in the city. The Wild play in St. Paul, 9.5 miles away. My guess is the difference here, not necessarily league difference, ownership difference. My guess is the owner of the Timberwolves versus the owner of the Minnesota Wild, unless they're the same person. And if they are, then my whole point is just throw it in the trash. Because they could be owned by the same person. Like the Sixers used to be owned by the Snyders, and the Flyers as well. Probably different stances on social and political messaging would be my guess.
Yeah, so I'm looking up if for example, the 3 Minnesota National Guard soldiers who were killed in Iraq in Operation Iraqi Freedom. This happened in the summer of 2020. I'm just looking at, because I was trying to compare if they normally would, for example, especially during combat, these 22-year-old, 27-year-old, 20-year-old from Minnesota, they were the soldiers killed in an attack in Iraq. So I'm just looking, did the sports teams do anything to honor them? And I don't see it.
Any moments of silence for any business owners in the summer of love that had their entire life savings lit on fire?
My question for you guys is that are they just, because I'm sure they did something for George Floyd. Are they just trying to create another George Floyd?
I've been saying that for weeks now on this show.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people have said it too. So I'm not saying something that is like I've discovered the I've been able to crack the Da Vinci Code or to get in Fort Knox
or lentil soup,
which by the way had the leftovers yesterday. Just phenomenal. That could be in the monthly soup rotation, by the way. Unbelievable. That's what they want, except they're not getting it. Have you noticed too? And I think I said this yesterday. All the protesters are white people.
Yeah, I know.
There's no black people out there.
I know. By the way, was it homemade lentil soup?
Yo, of course. Yeah, it wasn't. No, I don't bike. The only soup I've ever enjoyed, I forget Progresso and Campbell's and all that crap. It's loaded with too much sodium and it's just not even good anyway.
That's what I was going to ask.
Rayo's makes some very good soups. And I know the Italians are going to get on me for this. The only gravy or sauce in a jar at a store that's good, in my opinion, as a substitute to homemade is Rayo's.
I agree.
Oh, God, is that good. Mm-hmm. And their soups are good, too. But that was not Rayo's lentil soup. That was St. Kristen's.
Well, this is 30. Colbert being funny again. So, he's just gonna now just pretend that he's just an activist, right?
Well,
and not be
if that's what he is,
comedian.
Then I know you guys got into this, I think, on Friday when I was out. If you're now a political commentator, if you're now a news show, and I know we've ripped Brendan Carr, and rightfully so. I mean, don't you have to offer equal time now? If you're no longer if you're no longer a comedian, and you're now an activist, political talk show host, news program.
No, stop with the.
Don't you have to adhere to equal time?
Stop with the equal time stuff.
Why? It's a rule. It's just
because
it wasn't enforced for 76 years doesn't mean now all of a sudden we can't enforce it, right?
No, okay. So then, be prepared then for us having to have the Democrats on. Then I'm just saying
on what?
on our station, on our show.
We have.
Well, we take
this
Democrat
morning. We've
ad
been
money,
airing
don't we?
more Democrats than Republicans.
Yeah,
we air them and then we rip them a little, but we do probably air more Democrats.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing with, at campaign season, right? We cannot reject everybody. And Jimmy O'Kelly, he'll get the calls again in October. Why are you running in a campaign ad for? Because by law, we cannot turn away their money. We have to take money for Republicans and Democrats, just like newspapers and every other media outlet. That's why you get bombarded with it. You turn on CBS 3 on a Saturday, watch college football. You're going to see Democrat ads. You're going to see Republican ads. To me, unless my interpretation of the equal time rule or law is wrong, if you now are a news program, now this doesn't apply to Fox and CNN because that would be considered network, CBS, ABC, NBC, where the late night talk shows air is considered cable or vice versa, whatever it might be. I think they have to, if you have to, let me make sure I have this right, because I had this memorized in my head over the weekend. Because I've had it on the show sheet for 2 days, but we didn't get to it. So The View is on ABC. Mm-hmm. One specific example was, and this is just what their claim is, the national syndicated show that replaced Rush Limbaugh, Buck Sexton and Clay Travis. They have offered to go on The View as Republicans to debate.
Yeah.
And The View has, according to Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, have repeatedly not responded to their open invitation. Hey, we'll come on.
Okay.
But
they've
had Marjorie Taylor Greene on, but but they have Marjorie Taylor Greene on because she wants to spew about Trump.
Do they identify as women?
Have somebody on that's willing to spar with you.
To be fair.
Stay in your lane.
Right?
It's a ladies' show.
To be fair, nobody knows who the hell Buck and Clay are. Nobody knows who the hell.
Well, that might be the case. I'm just using an example for.
Yeah, we do.
We do. They have some good coffee.
Have you seen their ratings? Literally nobody knows who they are.
Well, that might also be fair. But it's. I don't know that I'm willing to give legacy media credit on networks if you bring on Republicans like Chris Christie that are only there to bash Trump. To me,
the government has no. They shouldn't be involved in this. Stay the F out.
Well,
the government.
Then rewrite the FCC rules.
Yes. Abolish the FCC. We don't need it.
I'm just saying.
Brendan Carr should be out of a job. Not because I dislike him, which I do. Not because I dislike him, because the rules are antiquated. We don't need it.
I dislike the FCC for what they do to us on radio as far as what we can or cannot do. I think if you're listening to talk radio, you should be able to handle everything that you hear. You're an adult.
Oh, people can't, though.
Well, I know
people get their feelings.
Oh,
heaven forbid I say something. You ruined the show. Kiss my ass.
Well, I'm not talking about opinions that people don't like. The fact that and I'm not saying you need to curse to make a point more valid.
I do.
But there are moments where there's some vernacular I'd like to use that I think the audience can probably handle.
Yeah.
And the FCC won't let us.
Like the C word.
I love God, but I'd love to roll that out. For guys like Ted Cruz or Lindsey Graham or Gavin Newsom.
Stephen Colbert went on his program last night and said this. There you go.
Yeah, so he can say F ice. That's cool. I can't say F ice on the radio or F anything because
it was bleeped. We didn't bleep it. They bleeped it.
Oh, they bleeped it.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought that was our censoring.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. Well, if you want to stand in line, to watch Colbert and, trash law enforcement, knock yourself out. You're right.
Here's the problem. I get the joke. Like, I understand it.
Yeah.
But
well, look, I'm guilty of it. My headline for the big take today was, "Will ICE freeze out MAGA in the midterms?" It's a play on words, right? Yeah, I got to come up with a name for it.
Seriously, a middle school age kid could write better jokes.
Exactly. My daughters actually write the headlines for my big take.
But seriously, with him, remember we established what was his staff size? Remember that? He has this huge, expensive staff that CBS pays, and that's the joke they write?
I know.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's lame.
Yeah, it really is. And I guess I'm getting tweets now. I guess Kimmel. No, this is fine. Kimmel apparently broke down in tears last night, crying.
Oh, really?
So we've got Kimmel. We ought to do a Kimmel crying bit on this show because Kimmel's been crying on a monthly basis now for about 9 months. I mean, how many monologues as a comedian can you give on a late night show where you're legitimately crying.
You know,
I'm using crying in air quotes.
You know, it's funny when I get in here in the wee hours in the morning. I always do look to see if our friends on the late night have said anything, and I didn't see Kimmel. I see it now.
I think Variety published it.
Phil,
on
I'm going to. Phil, I'm gonna. Actually, Phil, if you can just go on to this is a little meeting here, so
talk amongst
for a
yourselves.
second. Phil,
Well, I know Saturday Night Live made fun of ICE, right?
Yeah.
Phil, if you can just go on Grabian really quickly and grab that.
But you know what, though, the difference is, in defense of Saturday Night Live, short of the monologue in the beginning with the guest host, if they wax on being an activist like Colbert or any of these guys, then I have an issue with it. For the most part, like in Weekend Update on SNL, at least it's a full attempt on being funny where, like, you know, Colin, what's-his-face, Jost has that smirk on his face. Like, I mean, there was nothing funny about, like, and maybe it's just the face of Colbert that I don't...
The cold open this week on SNL was hysterical.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was Trump having an award where he only gave awards to himself. That is hysterical.
From the Trump Kennedy Center?
That is absolutely hysterical.
But like I say this about Dana Bash and these people on CNN, so the same thing applies to Colbert. Can you ever smile? Say what you want about Fox News. I get it. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Or certain other, personalities right of center. The amount of people that are actually far more entertaining with, quote, stodgy stances on social issues, cultural issues, or politics, like Jimmy Fallon, Greg Gutfeld, even like Jesse Waters, like he's got at least a little bit of a grin on his face. The left just with that cold, mugging look on their face, like life as we know it sucks and it's over. Oh my God. Like Erin Burnett every night, sitting there with her eyes. It looks like she hasn't slept in days. You ever notice that Erin Burnett always looks like she's ready to fall asleep?
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper, low energy. Even the younger dudes on CNN during the daytime, what's his name? Bo Mattingly or whatever his name is.
Don.
Not Don. The bald guy with the beard that looks like me on CNN.
Phil.
Phil Mattingly, yes. Not Phil Lomquist, although Phil Lomquist probably loved Don Mattingly back in the day. The bald guy, the Hungarian dude, he's miserable. Like, there's no entertainment value to any of these people. At least, like, Fox will lighten things up and have some, like, pop culture stuff and some entertainment. Like, Colbert, like, dude, when's the last time you were just, like, even, and I criticize Jimmy Fallon for this all the time. Jimmy Fallon laughs at his own jokes in the middle of his delivery, and that drives me nuts. My rule on comedy has always been, let the audience determine if it's funny. Don't lead me into thinking it's funny just because you find it funny while you're giggling delivering it. Yeah. But I would give Colbert a pass if just once in his life he giggled like a little kid like Jimmy Fallon. All right, end rant.
All right, Jimmy, this is Jimmy Kimmel, allegedly crying. Thank you to whoever called this out in the tweet there.
Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
If our leaders are intentionally creating and encouraging violence and fear, then I hope you will also agree we need new leaders, because these are not leaders.
We need new comedians.
And to the people of Minneapolis, to the Preddy family and the Good family.
Oh, for the love of God.
People who were looking out for their neighbors.
He's mentally ill.
We want you to know that we are with you and you are not alone.
This is a comedy show.
I know,
he's crying on a comedy show.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What are we doing?
It's a man having his period.
What are we doing? He's crying on a comedy show.
Dawn's eye roll to the camera as that clip started saying we need new comedians or writers.
Right?
I mean, I get it. You're a TV person, but boy, you know how to play to the camera for the audience.
By the way, you can agree to the with all of this, but like his job is to do an opening monologue on on funny things. Funny, like, again,
to escape
the Timberwolves, the Minnesota Wild. Like, people go to those to escape from things. Thank you, Don Sensland. People watch these things to escape from things. If you want to be on MSNBC or CNN, then get a job with them.
You know, and lost in that there was when he said protecting his neighbors. Forget whether or not it was a righteous and good shot right now. Forget about that for a moment. protecting your neighbors? Alex wasn't protecting Ethel that lives on the other side of the row home. This guy was protecting criminal, illegal aliens. Like, dude, I hate to say it, but you put yourself in that position, bro. You weren't standing up for a lady that slipped on an icy step or putting rock salt down for your 82-year-old neighbor. Enough with the standing up for those in my community. If you want those people in your community, you're out of your ever-loving mind. That, Jack Brewer from the former Minnesota Viking captain that I quoted quickly yesterday, he nailed it in Minnesota. He said, there needs to be a mental health evaluation and assessment in that city right now because they are so out of touch with reality. You're a comedian crying after what you claimed was a guy, American citizen, a nurse, protecting neighbors that are criminals. I don't care if they have a record or not. You are still a criminal by coming here illegally, Jimmy Kimmel. Oh, the forced tears, too. Did he work on that bit? Like, do you put like onions by your eyelids, rub a little garlic on it so you... Oh.
The problem.
Be funny.
The problem with these guys is that everything in their minds it's important.
Greg, it's bigger than comedy.
Thank you. Everything is more important now than it ever was before, and it's my righteous duty to stand up for this. And it's not actually. Your job is to be the sideshow that steps on a rake and makes people laugh. I mean, that is literally your job. You know what I mean? Jimmy Fallon, who joins us every Thursdays, is says it perfectly. Like, you're an escape from this. Like, when you lead the audience, that's the wrong approach to comedy. You're basically, you just want them to clap or whoop for you.
Yeah.
Rather than laugh.
Or be self-deprecating a little bit. Do they ever have a self-deprecating moment where they take I take 8 shots at myself each day.
It's true, and Dawn and I take the other 10.
And everything that we all say is true. Whether it's me saying it about myself or them, Dawn and Greg saying it, it's all true.
It's true.
You think about Norm Macdonald was dying of cancer and did not tell anybody because he thought it would jeopardize the funny.
Yeah.
That's
how much he cherished being funny.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And so for these guys, they've just lost the funny.
Yeah.
They're
afraid to offend.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, as Dawn's saying, be funny and don't be afraid to offend.
Yep.
You can do politics. You can do news.
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot to laugh at.
I mean, could you imagine? And I'm sure there are left-wing comedians out there that are funny. To be honest, I don't consume a ton of comedy in general. If I see something Shane Gillis is doing for a special, I'll watch. Chappelle, I'm 100% in every time. But I don't watch comedy on a weekly basis, or I don't go to comedy clubs, or the last time I was actually at one was Bill Maher in 2015 at the Sands Casino in Bethlehem. I thought he was fantastic. I don't care if you're left or right. Just be funny. Mm-hmm. Take shots at everybody and do it in a way where, like, all right, that was pretty damn good. And there's moments where, somebody takes a shot at Trump on SNL, and I do think it's funny. But some of these people are just, their hatred of one side politically has just completely wiped out their ability to put on the best performance possible for the masses.
You nailed it.
Right?
That's exactly right. It's affecting their ability to actually do their job, to be entertainers, and to be funny. You're 100% correct.
Like, I don't agree with liberals, but I would like for liberals, I don't care if 8% of my audience hate listens or 20% of the audience hate listens. I just want to have people, I don't care if you agree or not. I'm not seeking, personal vindication for my I'm just trying to get ratings. I want to be as all-encompassing as possible. That's why I use the restaurant analogy all the time. Like, dude, you're in the business of selling pizza. I don't care if a Republican wants to come in and buy a pie or a Democrat wants to come in and buy a pie. I want to sell a pie. It's not that difficult in the business world.
It's true.
You mentioned Shane Gillis. This is...
We have to find out when Dan Borowski's going to be on that show.
That is going to be so good.
with him.
Yeah.
The extra.
I hope he has something more than just like a walk by.
He has actual parts.
Does he have words?
So
He
cool.
can't say it because
Okay.
there's a non-disclosure because the episodes haven't aired yet. Just in case you don't know, executive producer of the Dawn Show, Dan Borowski, took off last week one day against my better judgment. Now
Amazing how many people just go to bigger stages
to do a guest appearance on the Shane Gillis show Tires that airs on Netflix,
which is awesome.
So Dan will be featured in one of the upcoming episodes coming out soon. So
speaking of Netflix, did you guys watch The Rip yet?
With Ben Affleck
and Matt Damon?
No, is it good?
Tremendous.
Is it?
Old school cop type stuff.
Yeah.
Not overly unrealistic with wild shootouts and
like it.
Super high tech graphics.
Yeah.
Really good. About a $20 million rip that they're going to jack off of the cartel, only to find out that it was actually the cops' money. It's very good. I won't spoil it, but
Rip.
The Rip.
I want to see that.
It's on Netflix right now.
Michael and David and I watched over the weekend The Smashing Machine, starring The Rock.
Oh.
And it's Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah.
But it's about the early UFC.
Mm.
And Mark Kerr and the guy who it's focused, who you don't know, the original Mark Kerr, who's the original like MMA. It's so good, you guys.
By the way,
it's so good.
Some preliminary numbers for the UFC streaming for the first time on Paramount Plus over the weekend. At one point, they had like 5.7 million concurrent viewers for it, which is huge. That's huge for a streaming platform that not a lot of people have.
Yeah.
So already their investment is well worth the money.
Yeah.
For Paramount Plus.
Because they're making it. I'm sorry.
No, good.
Because they made it to your point about $8-9 instead of paying for per fight. That's up to $100.
Mm-hmm.
I just hope now that they attract the masses, they go, hey, you can bump this up to an extra whatever.
By the way,
not have the ads.
By the way, you're being called out, Kayal. You spoiled the movie.
No, I didn't give away the ending. You find out quickly in the beginning that it's the cops and not the cartel. That's not the climax. No, it's like in the first 10 minutes. Trust me. Stay through to the end. You're gonna have a total plot twist that you do not see coming with one of the two lead actors.
Huh?
Really good.
I feel like you just gave it away.
No, just saying it's a plot twist with the two. I mean, that's open for it. You have no idea. By the way, the third actor in there is phenomenal as well. Oh God, what is his name? He was in I'm having a Biden moment. This happens.
Well, anyway,
happening way too much, by the way, too.
Yeah, you're losing your mind.
Anyway,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Your brain is being rewired because you spend too much time. You spend too much damn time on social media.
Well, that and I'm taking on like different shades of Tony Bruno as my life evolves, and it's just Anyway.
Well, no, I think I will tell you, after this shoveling and the sledding, I woke up today and I'm like, oh my God, I'm just. I think it does kind of wipe you out. And the yelling in the cold, like my voice is all hoarse. That's
why I asked you if you were getting sick.
No,
okay.
It's just like,
Yeah.
So I just think this does zap you.
No, you're really being called out, Nick. Everybody's saying you.
Kyle Chandler's the third actor.
You gave it all away.
I did not give it away.
Okay, that's what
Trust
they're
me,
saying.
still worth watching. Mark Fusetti has weighed in. He says The Rip is great.
The Rip is great.
When law enforcement agrees with you in real life, it's pretty good.
Well, you just spoiled the ending, so.
But I cannot recommend
What do
this.
you mean, oh? You don't do that.
Oh, spoiler alert.
But
you want me to tell you how the Super Bowl's going to end, or should I wait? Sorry.
Great.
The Smashing Machine with Dwayne Johnson, The Rock.
Yeah.
About Mark Kerr. And you'll know his best friend, Mark Coleman.
Now, was Mark Kerr a fighter, or was he like Dana White before Dana White became?
No, he was a fighter.
Okay.
He was Mark Coleman's best friend.
Okay.
Now, you know Mark Coleman. You know that.
Dawn, don't spoil this for me.
No, I won't. But it's really well done.
Okay. I might actually splurge this weekend. I'm actually thinking about getting ESPN Plus so I can watch the Royal Rumble in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh.
Nice.
Always love when these companies that take big corporate stands on humanity then they go for the money to Saudi Arabia, where human rights aren't necessarily valued the way they are here in America. Different story for a different day. But I'll also, so Paramount Plus, $8.90. You know what? At this point, who cares? I might as well just add these two. What's another $37 a month on my consuming habits?
Dr. Phil McGroin says Nick went from denying he spoiled it to being a dick about it. It's true. It's true.
That's kind of what I'm known for.
You're really unlikable.
I can be. I know.
No, it's absolutely true.
Like,
it's absolutely true.
I fluctuate.
People like to come at me, but I feel like I'm very likable. I'm serious. All
right, poll question.
I have
poll
way
question,
more.
Phil. Who's more likable on this show, Nick or Greg?
I love that.
If I don't win by at least an 85-15 margin, then I have no idea what this show's about.
The answer is Jimmy Kelly.
Well, Jimmy Kelly's got a 100% favorability.
I am way more likable than Nick Hale.
Well, let's agree on this. Dawn is the most liked on the show.
No, of course. I'm talking about
that's not
between you and I.
Me.
We all have our roles.
You and me? Is it you and me? Usually I don't. Oh, yeah, he put it up there. Who's more likable?
Put it up. Oh, jeez.
I'm telling you, if it's not 85-15, then I've got a bad read.
Can I tell you something?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Can I just say something?
Go vote.
Because I was thinking about your question earlier this morning, Nick Hale, where you said, does what's happening in Minneapolis impact, what is it, coming up November 3rd?
Yeah.
I think the person that's most impacted by what's happening today is former governor and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. I think this is damning for her if she, and we know that she probably did have presidential or vice presidential ambitions for 2028. Mm-hmm. Does this knock her out?
Well, I mean, if Rubio doesn't knock her out himself, as in the hands-down runaway to be JD's running mate, this could. I mean, I don't know that I really saw her on the short list.
A VP. I'm saying, at the end of the day, would she have run for president and then gone for a VP position?
I could see
think
her.
This hurts her.
I could see her running to be as a VP, as a, hey, pick me on the ticket for sure. Do I think she would run for president? My guess is no. I don't know that. And I try not to look at, like, you know, your presentation as the crux of your candidacy, but I don't know that. I think Kristi Noem comes off unlikable to a lot of women. I could see them being jealous of her looks. I could see them saying, "Oh, she's got Mar-a-Lago face," which you know. I'm just telling you the way I think some women, because I've said for years on this show, I think all women secretly hate each other.
They don't. We don't. That's not true.
By the way, I am winning by a huge margin.
Greg is giddy.
I love this.
Well, now Fusetti's dead to me. He says you did kind of spoil some of the movie.
Thank you. See,
lose my number, Mark.
You are you don't know how much of an a-hole you are.
Well, my wife's been saying that for a long time. She's like, "Do you realize how you come off to people sometimes?"
Yes.
Like,
it's so unlikable.
Yeah, it's like Nick Saban. They're like, "Oh, why is Nick Saban always so miserable?" And he's like, "I'm happy. I know I don't look it, but I'm happy. I am generally a happy guy."
Does St. Kristen agree that you ruined the climax?
Well, sometimes we never even get to that point. But that's another me problem.
No, you said the climax, that you were accused of ruining the. You said it wasn't even the climax.
Yeah, I've never. Well,
of the movie, I'm talking about the movie.
Yeah. Well, I actually just got a text from the wife about the last time my dog actually went out for a poop. So my wife's really focused on what needs to matter at this point in time. Come on, Kristen, I'm in the cut sheet here. Hey, I get it. Ace pooped at 3:30 this morning. Great. It does nothing for me at 8:21.
By the way, David in South Carolina just donated or whatever $1.99 to our YouTube, and he says, "Vote Greg, angry Greg over spoiler Nick." There you go.
Oh, so that's right. Yes, remind the audience about you can contribute to the YouTube.
You can, yeah. I don't know how you do it.
That is a good question.
Apparently you do. It helps us out a ton.
Yeah.
So, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
How do we hit the withdraw button then?
Where you can go vote. It's closing in now. It's closing in now on who's more likable, Greg or Nick. But I'm still winning. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go vote. Okay, we're way off. We're way off topic here. You mentioned Shane Gillis. So he was in Central Park over the weekend, or maybe it was Monday. Yeah, there was just snow on the ground. Sunday or Monday.
Well, he got a Bud Light in his hand?
Yes. And you know the skier Shaun White?
Yeah.
He does he skis over Shane Gillis. I'm guessing this is
He was big in the X Games era.
I'm guessing this is a Bud Light commercial for the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Roll this. Whoa, look at that. Look at that huge...
Here comes again. And away we go. Yep.
This is 1 billion% a Bud Light commercial for the Super Bowl, right?
Has to be. Because for those who can't see, we have the video rolling on the right, but on the left we have a still shot of Shaun White and Shane Gillis sitting on the hill. What looks like they're holding a blue can. I can only imagine that's a Bud Light.
Yeah, it's 100% a Bud Light.
Yep.
So this will be, look for this as a Super Bowl ad in 2 weeks when the Patriots play the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah. Speaking of that, by the way, I gave you there's a Budweiser Super Bowl commercial apparently that's coming out for the Super Bowl. I think I sent it to you yesterday. I think it actually made the cut sheet. By the way, too, have you seen the new Shane Gillis Bud Light commercial with Peyton Manning where not the Office one, where they're at the reception for the wedding, and he orders 3 Bud Lights, and then you hear Peyton in the background. He says, "Oh yeah, and more deviled eggs." So good. Think about that. Shane Gillis was basically cancel culture dead 8-9 years ago, and has come back now, thanks to Bud Light trying to reestablish. Which let's not forget. I know it's 3 years now, but we're almost 3 years removed from Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light basically canceling themselves. They've both kind of made a comeback here.
Well, you brought up the Budweiser ad. This is the Budweiser Super Bowl ad.
Which, by the way, how do we feel about Super Bowl ads coming out 12 days before the Super Bowl?
I don't like it.
Yeah.
They do this all the time now where they release them, so you've seen them already. You know what I mean? So
speaking of spoiler alerts.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, are we spoiling somebody's Super Bowl right now? I don't want to do that. If we are, we won't play it.
Wow, we are now tied, Nick, 50-50. 50-50. Look at that.
Love us, hate us, just listen.
Your friends came in at the last minute to make this a dead even.
I sent out a massive group text.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT.
I'm stuffing the ballot box here, Stalker.
Who's more likable, Nick or Greg? Oh, Nick has just taken the lead.
I'm harvesting votes.
Nick has just taken the lead.
Vote twice. Vote 3 times. Vote if you're dead. Who cares?
It's unbelievable. All right, so this is the Budweiser ad. This is the Budweiser ad for the Super Bowl. $8 million for a 30-second ad.
That's the same rate we charge. Oh, I love the Clydesdales.
American icon Clydesdales.
God, they're beautiful.
Featuring Leonard Skinner's Freebird. Look at this.
The bird is out in the rain. Now the horse leaves the barn to stand over Little Chick. Now they're buddies.
There's a Dalmatian running through the weeds. Yep.
The bird.
Oh.
So the bird is on the horse's back.
Yeah.
And the porch start crying.
Doesn't that hit better than the dude in the dress?
It's beautiful. That was beautiful.
And by the way, if you want a dude in the dress for the Super Bowl, get ready for the halftime show. Reports are that Bad Bunny will perform in drag apparel.
Oh, great.
That's going to be a great winner for the NFL. I'm just saying. By the way, has Turning Point USA spoiled it yet with their lineup for the All-American halftime show to counter-program Bad Bunny? Remember they were talking about that, and we've got people locked in. Have they released? I want to see the names.
I know they released a video.
Just give me something other than Kid Rock. Don't give me Kid Rock again. I like Kid Rock, but I'm all Kid Rocked out.
They have one musical group.
Like we can't go to Hulk Hogan; he's dead. So what else we got? Kid Rock's gonna sing the "I Was Born Free," which was actually a decent song. 2012.
Speaking of Super Bowl ads, so there's, I don't know if you guys have seen, but there was this last week, there was a viral clip of William Shatner eating cereal while stuck in traffic. So this is 13th. He goes on So that was the picture. You can see it above in the video. Then he goes on his Instagram, and by the way, 95 years old. Bill Shatner is
looks good for 95.
God. Well, that's a rug. That's a rug.
But even
he's had a rug since 1967.
Even his face.
Yeah, no, he looks good.
What was his big show after Star Trek? He was
Rescue 911.
It was always Rescue 911 and Unsolved Mysteries.
Yeah.
I used to Robert Stack and William Shatner back to back. I think it was Lifetime. That was the only time I would ever watch Lifetime for those two shows.
No, they weren't on Lifetime.
Are you sure?
That's a bad job out of you.
Are you sure? Yeah. Unsolved Mysteries
maybe
was
in
not
syndication.
Lifetime?
Maybe in syndication.
Yeah, in like the 90s.
But no.
Yeah, well, that's when I watched them in the 90s. Okay. When I was home from school sick, or I would be, I'll tell you right now, there was 5 things. It was SportsCenter, Jerry Springer, Price is Right, Unsolved Mysteries, and Matlock. I was hooked. That was the best time of my life, unlike you with the winter of 96 with the blizzard.
I didn't say it was the best time of my life. I'm just saying as a school kid, having a week off was awesome.
Daytime television back in the day was awesome.
The first episode of Unsolved Mysteries, by the way, was 1988. So, all right, let's. So William Shatner explains the viral photo.
Fiber in its various forms, and of course Kellogg's cereals, it's an absolute necessity for good health. And the more I think about it, the more important it becomes to me. And that old adage, your health, there's nothing better for you than your health. I know firsthand how health is so important. It's even a cliche to say so important. It's of the utmost importance in your life. If you don't have health, you don't have love, you don't have ease, you're permanently disturbed.
Yes.
With health.
And he's still with it mentally,
love,
too.
And you can appreciate everything and everybody around.
Think about this. This guy's 16 years older than Trump.
I know. And there's a photo here of him getting out of it. So this is clearly a
Photoshop.
It's a Super Bowl ad.
Oh,
he's doing
okay.
this. He's doing this. They released that video or that photo of him stuck in traffic eating a bowl of cereal. They also released this photo of him carrying a box of Raisin Bran. And he talks on his Instagram about how important brand health is, and you need to start your day with this way and that way. And I start my day that way. And look at me, I'm 95 years old or whatever. Yep. It's all an ad for the Super Bowl.
Well, I'm sure he does take care of himself to be 95 at this point.
Agreed.
And still with it physically and mentally.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, you can actually go like Trump has and be the complete opposite. I saw this yesterday. I want to read this for you. New York Magazine did a feature on Trump and former Obama White House physician Ronnie Jackson. Texas State Representative Ronnie Jackson, Trump's former physician, recalled for me the first time he put the president on a treadmill during his first term to check his heart health and was, quote, shocked by what he saw. Trump wearing gym shorts and a T-shirt. Quote, he looked like an athlete for the record, Jackson said. He spent 10 minutes walking at a brisk pace on an incline, supposedly achieving what fewer than 10% of his people his age could do. Quote, his heart health is so phenomenal, so much so that the cardiologist from his last exam pretty much said, based on his age, he's pretty much done with cardiac warm-ups. Whatever he dies from someday, it will not be his heart.
Wow.
Genetics, obviously, a big part in this.
Yeah.
Also, maybe genetics and just playing golf is the key. For a guy who gets little sleep, eats McDonald's, drinks Diet Coke, and plays golf, he's not going to drop dead of a heart attack. He will not die of cardiovascular disease. Might die of something else. Well, he will. But yeah, that's pretty amazing. And by the way, too, breakfast-wise.
Yeah.
What's the cutoff for you in a car while you're driving, eating? Like a breakfast sandwich, tops? Like, you don't actually, has anybody actually in this audience driven their vehicle with a bowl of cereal in the car while you're moving?
No.
Okay.
Because where do you put it after you're done with it?
Well, I would say, where do you put it, as you're driving? I mean, it's going to spill in your lap.
We have to drink the milk.
Well,
right?
True.
Yeah.
Right. It's not the cereal that's going to cause the issue. It's the milk. You put it in the console, it's going to sway back and forth, Next thing you know, it's all over the seats. My wife doesn't even like when I eat a breakfast sandwich from like Wawa in the car. She's like, you can't. We live 8 blocks from home. You can't wait to get back to the house. I'm like, no, I want to open it now.
By the way, I would like to say this, that we're late for our break, and for the first time ever, we are late.
Oh,
and Matt Rooney is on time.
Wow.
On time.
Wow.
It's
true. How
true.
the tables have turned.
Look at him, Matt. I'm sorry. We're way late. We're
Hi, Matthew.
We're like 10 minutes late.
It's a little unprofessional. But
It really is.
Let's just not make a habit of it, okay?
Yeah.
It's a bad job out of me.
It really is. It's a bad job. So, Rooney Tuesday will come. Will actually come into effect
at your normal schedule time every week, about 8:38. There you go.
Dawn.
By the way, in that poll on YouTube, I voted for both of you as least likable.
Well, you can vote twice. We've established that.
Well, by the way, you're now running away with it, Nick Hale. You're now running away with it.
Very disappointed in my people.
YouTube.com/. No. Meaning you're winning. You're more likable. You're running away with it.
Okay.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Dawn, talks about your guys, Marvin E. Cans.
Yes, because you got to think about maintenance, right? So if you maintain your HVAC, and that significantly reduces the long-term costs by improving the energy efficiency, that's up to 30%. God knows in our area with these high heat costs right now, you need to do every little thing. But preventing 95% of those unexpected, let's say expensive breakdowns that happen, think about what you save in the long run, not just your energy costs, but all the repair costs. That's one of the things that Marvin E. Cans, that they stand by, that they believe in. They have true technicians. What do I mean by that? These are not salespeople in disguise. No. They're not Decepticons, if you will. These are true technicians. So they're there to maintain your system, and that's so important. That's why I just cherish my guys at Marvin E. Cans, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. And if they assess that your old HVAC needs replacement, hopefully with a Trane furnace or heat pump, it is hard to stop a Trane, Trane. Go to my guys, MarvinECans.com, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, everyone. It's Dom Giordano, and recently I had the chance to sit down and chat with Marine Colonel John Church at the watch party for the Army-Navy game, hosted by Navy League Philly. I wanted to learn more about the impact Navy League Philly has. Take a listen.
So, Colonel John Church, you have quite a background. Also, you worked with the Navy League in Ben Salem High School.
I did. I taught there for 5 years. Absolutely loved it. Great opportunity.
great students, great support from the staff. I have subsequently retired, turned over to Colonel Dave Mills, and I know they're doing a great job. And we, as our Navy League, supported them financially with the donation last year, which they are very grateful to receive.
What's the focus of the Navy League you think that our listeners should know about that they want to support?
Sure, we're always recruiting kind of things that veterans can bring to our organization. And I'm happy to serve and very, very glad to be here.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Kayal and Company, 8:40 live on this Tuesday morning. Nick Kale, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker, cut sheet in full swing as Matt Rooney, our very own from 1210 WPHT, joins us for his weekly Tuesday appearance.
Hello, Rooney Tuesday. Here on Kayal and Company, coming from the Schuylkill River, will he bring us food free?
Rooney, calm down. Rooney, Rooney.
Hello,
Let's
Matthew.
take it a step at a time, Jimmy. I'm showing up on time. Eventually, you'll get food, but you gotta walk. you gotta walk before you can run, bud.
It's amazing.
That's true.
It's amazing.
That's true.
It's
You
amazing.
show up on time, then maybe we do a little coffee. Next thing you know,
Coffee.
nice breakfast.
Coffee talk.
Coffee talk with Matt Rooney.
Coffee talks amongst yourselves.
Rooney and Richmond.
Can we start with? I know Matt Rooney's wonderful award-winning blog, and I didn't mean to say blog. Website is Save Jersey, SaveJersey.com.
I'm not offended by blog. I know it's a passé term, but
It kind of is.
Would you self-identify as a part-time blogger, Matt?
It's me showing my age.
I do. I'm also a trans radio host.
Trans?
Occasionally.
Wow.
Yes, because I'm not a real radio host, but sometimes I identify as one.
Right.
Well, you will be coming up in the next couple of weeks. You're going to be doing some fill-in stuff for us with some other people. So
who?
Yeah.
Let me see who. I don't remember. Oh, you're going to be doing a show with Trucker Ed.
Hey,
Check that out, Dawn.
Ed
Oh,
Durr.
cool.
Ed Durr. He's
Yeah.
going to be doing a show with Ed Durr. So I'm really interested to hear
Yeah.
you two together.
The trucker and the lawyer.
Yeah.
I like it.
I had to hang something on my wall because when I was here last week with Mr. Opelka, he said that my home office resembled a safe room because there was nothing on the wall. So now I have to throw everyone off by hanging some actual art.
There you go.
Yeah.
But it's kind of nice. It ties everything together.
Well, it's
It
better.
does.
It's better than Harry's setup yesterday. Harry looked like he was in an ISIS hostage video.
It did. He did. He did. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is giving us pro tips on how to shovel snow.
Well, you have to after what the mayor pulled off last week at 34 years old.
Roll this.
Pro tips on shoveling from someone from Buffalo who knows. Just push it out of the way. Okay, see what I'm doing here?
No strain on the back from doing that. Now, when it gets a lot heavier, you're going to have to do a little bit more, but don't lift much. Just do it in smaller bits, okay? Little bits. You can do this. Don't do a big pile and fill this up because that can lead to a heart attack.
Nobody shovels snow like this. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, Don Stenslin.
Why do Democrats try to do videos of them trying to do normal person activities and always look awkward doing it?
First of all, can I just say something that is that might be looked at as super sexist? Guys, if your woman is out there shoveling snow, you've done a bad job. Get out there and shovel the damn snow. You know what I mean? Like it's the least
That's
you could do.
Right. Only Dawn is allowed to shovel while Larry sits inside and drinks hot cocoa.
My son was in New York. I mean, my husband was in New York, and my sons were like, "Mom, go inside."
Yeah,
good.
They did. They did the bulk of it.
All right.
I almost physically restrained my wife yesterday. I was like, "You're not going out there. You're not going out. I'm doing this myself." And then I was out there because it was 90% ice, and I was like, "The hell? Why did I say that? This is ridiculous."
Me and my
On second thought, why do you come out here?
It was horrible. But no, guys, let your woman stay inside. You go out there and shovel.
Now, was that a metal? Was that a metal shovel or was that plastic she was using?
Plastic.
Yeah,
it did.
Well,
which is also a violation.
Well, it's okay if it's just snow.
Well, if you have ice, you need at least a metal tip.
You need the metal shovel or
Right.
the metal tip. If it's just the tip.
Do you have an ice
Being
chopper, like an actual, almost ice pick?
I don't have anything.
Okay.
I don't even have a snowblower.
Yeah.
My driveway's not that big. You know what I mean?
Snowblowers are fun to use. I've used one before.
Yeah.
Almost lost a couple of digits and limbs, but I survived.
Matt Rooney, what do you think of Kathy Hochul's pro tips on
Her form is terrible.
It is.
You have to bend at the knees, and maybe she can't. She's getting up there.
She is.
So maybe she needs some injections or something like that. But you have to bend. It's all back, and that's going to land you in a very ugly place. You're going to end up having to be on your back for the rest of the day when you're done with the heating pad. So if you're going to do one of these social media PSAs, at least get the advice right. But I would prefer if politicians stop trying to pretend they're real people.
I agree.
By putting this stuff online. I know that their social media teams tell them that this type of voyeuristic engagement is good for you, that people want to see you doing real person things. But most of you are not real people. It's like an alien trying to pretend to be a human while visiting the planet or something. It comes across as creepier and more artificial. So just stop.
Right.
I'd rather see her behind a desk.
Yeah.
Because that's where she belongs.
Have you noticed, too, after the whole loading of the rifle debacle with Tim Walz, no Tim Walz shoveling tip videos out in Minnesota where they have lots of snow? They're not putting him back out there again. They know
He's got to
better.
rest his arms because he's digging himself a hole out there.
That's
Like,
right.
I don't care how well his conversation with Donald Trump went. I mean, if we were doing one of those poly market things right now, the chance of him getting indicted by the end of the year still has to be 50-50. So, rest up, Timmy.
The more I look at it, maybe we should do a poll question, Phil. Which Democrat in office do you think would be the best snow shoveler? Kamala Harris, Kathy Hochul, Gavin Newsom, Tim Walz. I know we only get to do 4 options.
Gavin Newsom's never shoveled
I know.
snow in his life. Why would he be good at it?
AOC? I might take AOC over them all. I really would. To shovel snow.
AOC's never shoveled snow.
But she's feisty.
Outside pick, Amy Klobuchar.
Klobuchar.
Whatever it is from Minnesota.
Kerfuffle.
Because Kerfuffle. I think Amy Kerfuffle because she's sturdy looking.
Sturdy.
And she's from Minnesota.
No woman wants
and they
to
get
ever
a lot of snow.
be called sturdy.
Nobody.
Calling someone sturdy when you're a woman is almost as bad as saying you're handsome. What a handsome woman.
I mean,
that means maybe once long ago you looked passable, but now time and gravity have acted their awful toll, and here we are.
Well, and think about South Bend, Indiana, right?
Mayor Pete!
They get a lot of snow. Do we think
Buttigieg!
has ever shoveled snow? Do you think he knows how to shovel snow?
No.
I'm just gonna stop.
No. Keep going, Greg.
No.
Hey, whatever you got, jump in here.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Do we think Mayor Pete can use a snowblower? Do we think a Democrat, male or female, can do anything manly and or normal? Maybe Josh Shapiro can?
Yes.
Maybe? I don't
Yes,
know.
maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Look at Matt's face.
You know, sometimes
Yeah.
your mind goes where your mouth can't. That's where
Boy,
I'm
you
at.
guys-
Right now.
says Mayor Pete.
I could, you know, I'll say this about Mayor Pete.
Mayor Pete.
Yep.
Awkward.
If he was done chest feeding and went outside and decided, let me take a break and shovel, you know that person at the gym that makes weird noises when you're on a machine next to them?
Yeah, the grunter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a little less masculine like that. More like,
Yeah.
like lots of that. I'm sorry for doing that because I know that created some really ugly visuals.
Yeah.
For some of you, but we strive for accuracy here.
Mike Opelka, Opelka will love this. His nephew, Riley Opelka, is a professional tennis player. Nothing worse than when you're watching a tennis match, which I'll do once or twice a year, and you hear, whether it doesn't matter if it's a male or a female, the over excessive grunt when they serve the ball back is enough to just make you want to mute the broadcast.
It's true.
Opelka will probably agree with that.
We talked about this earlier. Dawn did the story in her news, Matt Rooney, but I wanted to get your thoughts on this from the since you're SaveJersey.com. The Trump administration is blaming the New Jersey sanctuary policies after this monster injured an 8-year-old a girl on a school bus by throwing a rock through Hernando. How do you say it? Garcia Morales?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at this mugshot.
Look at this individual.
The craziest mugshot ever.
Look at this guy.
No teeth. Looks like he was in a hockey fight.
Looks like he was eating rocks before he was throwing them.
Yeah,
right?
think about that, Rooney. You're now look,
Look at his rap sheet.
I've run a stop sign attached to a school bus.
So
I have not exhibited
Accidentally.
accidentally. You're
He felt
absolutely
awful.
right.
He
I
paid
felt
the
bad.
fine.
I paid the fine.
That's why you're unlikable.
But then at 40 years old, I own it. But imagine being a 40-year-old in the country illegally and you decided to throw a rock through a school bus. I don't know. Firing squad, am I over the line here?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
absolutely not. No, actually.
Did anybody hold a vigil for this little 8-year-old Jewish girl?
Did the New Jersey
girl, third grader?
Did the New Jersey Devils or the well, the NBA is no longer technically in New Jersey. Did the Brooklyn Nets hold a moment of silence?
Yeah.
Just asking.
No, and she needed surgery too. Let's be very clear with people.
Yes.
There wasn't she got beamed with a rock and got a black eye, which would be bad enough. But she actually required surgery because she had a fractured skull. And it also is worth pointing out because, as we've said, New Jersey is a sanctuary state. This is not this dude's first rodeo with that messed up grill that he's got in his mugshot. He apparently got picked up, accused of possession of a weapon and theft back in 2006. And then more recently in 23, got arrested for burglary, all according to the Department of Justice since he's been here in New Jersey. So these are the kinds of people that white liberals are putting themselves in harm's way to protect and keep in this country. And it's a point that we're allowing them to kind of change the narrative, guys, right? And talk about how cruel this is. And we're doing the body cam game again, where we're trying to substitute our judgment for officers that are in the middle of a scrum with somebody that's got a weapon. We need to focus on why we're here to begin with, because Joe Biden, and let's face it, some Republicans too, like George W. Bush, let a lot of people like this into the country over the course of many years.
Let's focus.
Donald Trump's trying to clean it up,
Yep.
but now we want to police every little damn thing that goes sideways during the course of this Herculean task.
Yep.
I'm out of patience with it. I really am.
I thought Democrats were all about trying to uncover the root cause. You just laid out the root cause. Why are we here in the first place? Because multiple presidents, most recently Biden, and to your point, a lot of people came here under G.W. Bush between 2001 and 2008, and now Trump has been tasked to take out the trash. And I love how you framed it, too, because I mentioned this earlier in the show. Tim Walz and Stephen Colbert, I think it was Colbert specifically, well, this guy died protecting his neighbor. That's what Democrats, you're right, Rooney. They're trying to, this is not an illegal criminal alien in their books. This is their neighbor.
No. This is their neighbor. And look,
God's child.
Right. And look, I'm a Christian, right? I don't want anyone to be hurt unnecessarily. At the same time, we have to stop being children about this whole thing, right? I mean, they've let millions of people into this country. Yes, some of them are just trying to send money home, but a lot of them are objectively bad people, Exhibit A, right? So when you have millions of people that need to be rounded up, you've got thousands of officers in the middle of the task, and you've got additionally thousands of crazy white people trying to play, a character from an Avengers movie, injecting themselves into these police investigations. Somebody's going to get hurt. You have all these Democrats and some Republicans now, Nick, calling for investigations. What is there to investigate? We can figure this out right here, right now on this program. Stay the hell away from the police, especially with a car or a weapon, when they're in the middle of rounding up criminal illegals. If you do that, your chance of getting harmed is going to drop precipitously. You don't have a First Amendment right to be Batman. You don't. Sorry.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. We're coming up at 9:10 this morning. Fight Club, the Tuesday Fight Club, plus a ton more. We haven't even really scratched the surface yet with what we have happening. As you know, the cut sheet goes on for days. Dawn, can you talk to us about Piazza?
Absolutely. Our friends at Piazza, and I'm broadcasting from the Piazza Auto Group studio and Piazza Premium Automobiles studio. But now introducing the all-new 2026 Honda Prelude Hybrid, redesigned with cutting-edge hybrid performance and head-turning style. So coming soon to a Piazza Honda dealer nearest you. Be among the first to experience it, or you could always discover Honda's complete hybrid lineup, including the popular Accord, Civic, or CR-V. Available today with financing as low as 3.49% for 60 months. Just visit my friends at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading, and you can experience the future of driving. You can always shop online, of course, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
It's a new year, and there's no better time to invest in your smile than right now. It's 2026, and this is the year that you want healthier teeth, greater confidence, and care you can trust. So make your appointment now with Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. With Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and I should know he's my dentist. And for over 12 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dental surgery and procedures. He treats other doctors. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. So, you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, and when it comes to your health, you don't cut corners. That's why it's so important. You go to the best and only the best. With your free dental implant consultation today, if you already had an estimate, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. This is your smile we're talking about. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Announcing that gold has surpassed $5,000 an ounce, and silver is at an all-time high as well. If you need cash to help pay those bills, then you must go to the Estates Roadshow. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold and silver are hot. 3 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Bensalem, and Doylestown. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The prices of gold and silver are at an all-time high, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure, just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, in Bensalem at the Courtyard by Marriott, and in Doylestown at the Doylestown Inn. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com and follow Estates Roadshow on Facebook for all upcoming events.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, NewNordicUSA.com, or your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company live on a Tuesday morning, 9 o'clock, fourth and final hour of a Rooney Tuesday. Cut sheet rolls on. Fight Club coming up in 10 minutes' time. And then we will get to what occurred today in music history, the Big Three with Dawn and the Dawn Show, just 1 hour from now.
By the way, shout out to our buddy Newman Price. Today's Newman's birthday.
Hey.
Happy birthday.
Another one of our great unpaid contributors.
So he will... he's actually going to be doing a sit-in with us in the next couple of weeks here on Kayal and Company. So,
you know what?
I'm going to tell him to bring his guitar.
Yeah. Sing us the song.
And yeah.
Totally, this just popped into my mind.
Yeah.
I know you have enough on your plate with, the future of afternoon drive.
Yeah.
Hanging in the balance.
In the balance.
With your decision making.
It's no pressure on me whatsoever.
None whatsoever. What about doing, because we have a lot of people that want to contribute to this show.
Yep.
And they're not even seeking payment. Newman Price just does it because he loves it. You go on down the list. Kevin Pulls. Anybody that ever, Gary Stam, whether you're a Fight Club submission person, you do parodies, you do AI, people want to be a part of this show. Which is actually fascinating because they only like Dawn and they hate the two of us, Greg.
Well,
but they still want to be a part of the show.
That's true, yeah.
So, what about doing like a dream job or like American Idol? And taking all of these people that really love what we do and doing like a vote off and a process of elimination and whittling it down to one lucky winner to grab like a coveted weekend slot and maybe see if they can really do what they claim they could do so easily, that looks so easy, until you find out, like Alec Baldwin, that there's no phone calls to go to and you have hours to fill, and you say, boy, I better come prepared with something to say. I think it'd be fun.
I'll take that under advisement.
WPHT Idol, Dream Job, 1210.
Well,
There's something there to that.
So we've already discussed when you were at home with the sniffles last week.
Yep.
We already discussed. It's kind of like an American Idol competition that's happening right now.
Oh, sure.
In Afternoon Drive, right? I think it was Matt Rooney and Michael Pelka that decided to do something like that, right? Right, Matt?
Oh, he went all in.
Yeah.
He made theme songs, customized bumper music. I don't have that kind of talent.
Or you're not interested in taking the pay cut. Which, I mean, look, when you bill $500 an hour,
Rooney Donahue. Rooney Donahue, the new. Here, look at Look
at that.
Do a one shot, Phil.
Yeah, stand up.
Give him a little.
Give him a little zoom. Yep.
There it is.
Right there.
There it is. Yep, above the banner.
Rooney Donahue.
Above the banner.
There it is.
Yes.
I like that.
I think it's sharp.
2 scumbag lawyers.
Yeah.
But they're your scumbag lawyers.
And as Dawn always says,
I love you both.
The lawyers always win.
I love you both. I say that with affection, but I don't like lawyers.
You are actually the nicest lawyer I've ever met. And I've been around a ton of them in my life growing up. My dad's best friends, all of his buddies were lawyers. The whole bit. You don't come off like a lawyer.
Well, I appreciate that. Isn't that crazy? That's the nicest thing you could say to an attorney.
Well, I mean,
if I look like an attorney, I apologize.
I'm in the timeshare business.
You and I've thought about this often. It's one of the reasons why my profession is so liberal, because there's so much self-importance. Now we need attorneys, right? We can make all the jokes we want. When you're in trouble, you need a good lawyer. But lawyers have too much importance that's self-aside. They think that what they do is all that matters sometimes in a free society, and it's what leads them to overextend the boundaries of the law and try to interfere in your life unnecessarily. And you don't need to give me examples. We're all aware of them. So I try not to take myself too seriously. Anybody that listens to my show on Saturday nights is brutally aware of that. We don't take very much seriously. And I mean, that's what I try to bring to the table anyway. Doesn't mean you don't work hard.
But are you completely different in a consultation with a new client than you are on the radio? Or is this exactly how you are in the law setting?
This is me. I don't have different settings.
Okay.
My wife will back me up on this.
Yeah.
This is just how I am. Because I always look at it as fundamentally you're hiring someone for advice. You're hiring someone for counsel. You're not hiring a robot to do everything for you. I mean, we'll get there at some point with AI, but at least for now. So the only thing that's maybe different is the brutal honesty. But again, we do a lot of that on the radio as well. I sometimes have to tell someone, listen, you're being an idiot. Stop being an idiot. Or here's a better way to do something. I mean, there's hotlines you can call if you just want to be told what you want to hear. But what's the value in that?
Yeah.
By the way, John Scott on the YouTube chat says, what do you call 10,000 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean?
A good start?
There you go.
I would have played the rim shot, but Greg will fire me.
I will.
The rim shot's been banned, so I'll just use the thing. Put one on the board.
By the way, you can go vote right now. Who's more likable, Nick or Greg? Nick, you're winning. You're winning as more likable. Not by a ton.
Not by what I was anticipating or setting the threshold at.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Because if you weren't here earlier, Nick spoiled a Netflix movie.
Yeah.
And for most people who haven't seen it, and then said he didn't spoil it. And when he was called on the carpet that yes, he did spoil it, he started mocking the people. "Ooh, I'm sorry. Did I spoil it for you?"
Yeah.
And I just said you're just very unlikable.
Rooney, have you seen The Rip yet with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon?
Don't bother because Nick spoiled it.
I have not. I can't remember the last time I've seen a new movie all the way to conclusion. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of the same way. I get 3 or 4 movies a year. I probably go to the theater twice a year. Now, this was obviously on streaming, which is actually a convenience. So I was in on it.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, where you can go vote. I'm not trying to sway the judges, but where are all the Greg fans out there?
You told him to go away. You said get off my YouTube chat. I don't need you. I don't want you.
That's a good point.
I know everything.
Nick.
Has Dawn voted already? I haven't voted.
I'm abstaining.
Dawn's checking IDs.
I actually know where she would vote. She would definitely vote for me. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
She didn't say no. Wow, that was bold.
By the way, hit the thumbs up button. Hit the thumbs up button and make sure you hit the subscribe button.
Who's your daddy?
Yeah. Phil Almquist has checked in and says the French are all voting for Nick. It's true.
Well,
it's true.
I poll well in France.
It's true. John Fetterman talked about he was on his favorite channel, the Fox News channel, last night. He was on with Hannity.
It's unbelievable how
it really is. It really is.
He gets more run on there than Zioli, Guy Benson, and Clay Travis.
It's amazing to me that Hannity did his damnedest to make sure that John Fetterman did not win by propping up Oz.
Yeah.
And we can go back to our friend Kathy Barnett, right, Dawn? I mean, Hannity was a big factor in the Dr. Oz over Kathy Barnett thing that happened right here in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And then that fraud, Hannity, that fraud with his bad teeth that are caps.
He's
a martial artist.
Those are veneers. Those are easily $50,000 in his mouth.
Now is sucking up to John Fetterman. Oh, you're a phony POS. How about that?
Yeah, it's just like The View with Marjorie Taylor Greene. If the opposite party wants to come on and trash the current party, they will love to have you.
He stinks. He stinks on ice.
By the way, are you surprised? I threw this out earlier, Rooney. Hard to believe Senator Fetterman is still plus 15 in favorability with Democrats. Even though everybody on X says he's been red-pilled and get him out, primary him, he's still a plus 15 with his own party.
It is a little bit mind-blowing. I wonder if some of that's just because at the moment, if you put a D next to a corpse, you could get a good rating. Because that's just, it's the pendulumocracy we live in, right, that we talk about. I do think the guy's tapped into something. I've questioned plenty of times, and I know you guys have too, how genuine it is. He is a politician. That's what we're talking about here, notwithstanding the fact that he dresses like a heroin addict. But setting that aside for a second, it works. It's where the center of the country is at the moment. And I think that on the flip side, some Republicans, he's endeared himself to them because we've just convinced ourselves, not without reason, that the left is so crazy. It's comforting to hear a Democrat that occasionally makes sense, regardless of what the motivation. So more of his colleagues should take notes, right? Because eventually Trump's going to be gone, and you're not going to have the orange man to run against, and maybe he's got a better business model for the Democrat Party.
You know, I'm glad you said that. I quoted Guy Benson earlier where he said, people want normalcy. Democrats, Republicans, they want normalcy. Neither side provides it. I agree with the assessment of they want normalcy. I think Republicans are far more common sense. I mean, you just go through all the policies right now. They are normal. They are common sense. It's just the messenger that's being destroyed, and that's Trump. Trump could say water is wet. Somebody would say that's a radical take when, in fact, it's truth. But how weird is it that Fetterman, in a room full of loons and psychos, stands out amongst the craziest as the most normal person right now? You just said he dresses like a heroin addict, but yet you stick him with far left people like Ilhan Omar or whoever you want. This guy, the stroke survivor who dresses like a mechanic at Jiffy Lube, is the most normal dude right now. And I know what his voting record is. I gave you his approval rating, but on 5 or 6 issues now, even now with ICE here in the latest instance in Minneapolis, he's the most common sense dude in the party.
Yeah. And look, some of it probably goes back to what we were talking about a minute ago about lawyers. They want somebody that doesn't take themselves too seriously at the moment because they want that normalcy you're talking about. And look, life isn't fair, but is it fair to President Trump and the GOP right now that they're trying to tackle some big problems? And surprise, surprise, the medicine isn't going down easily? No, of course it's not. People are tired of the conflict. They're tired of all of the hard things that need to happen to get the train back on the tracks. But here we are. So yeah, I mean, bottom line is, it doesn't surprise me that John Fetterman is popular. The Democrat number shocks me a little bit, but maybe that should comfort us.
I'll tell you this right now. I'm very close to making the claim, the prediction, the advice in an instance right now where, quote, Fetterman's going to get primaried in 2 years. If you're John, just think about this. If you're John Fetterman, okay, for 1 second, just pretend you're Fetterman, put your Fetterman hoodie on for a moment. You're looking at AOC, Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris. If I'm John Fetterman right now, I think I can beat all of them in a primary in 2028. In fact, I'd be motivated to run to want to beat them for them trying to throw me out of my own party.
He absolutely can't.
Can't or can?
No, he absolutely can't.
Really?
No.
You don't think Fetterman would have a shot?
Nope.
You don't think he could beat Gavin Newsom?
Nope.
Wow. I don't know. I think he could.
Nope.
I really do.
Nope.
Okay. So
he might have trouble getting the base intensity.
Yeah.
Right? Like Pennsylvania Democrats
Who comes out in
are
primaries?
not California Democrats
Yes.
are not Maine Democrats, right?
Yeah, who comes out in primaries, guys? I mean,
well,
like,
he's not
come on.
gonna win the 10% fringe, the Ilhan Omar squad Dem voter out there.
That is the party now, guys.
Well,
that is the party.
That's the policy, but the mass number of total people. So Kamala Harris got 76 million votes. Of that, what percentage of that 76 million do you think are truly bought in to, forget progressivism, socialism? I still like to believe that push comes to shove, more Democrats in a majority of their own party would rather have a sane, normal dude than a whack job. But they vote against, well, policy-wise, they like a lot of stuff, not all of it, but they're voting against Trump, right? Like, Kamala did not have 76 million people that loved her. She probably had 12 million people that loved her and 64 million that hate Trump's guts. That would be my read.
I don't know if I want to say that I completely disagree with what you're saying, Nick. I hope you're right, because again,
I hope I'm wrong, because I would not want to go against Fetterman. I'd rather go against AOC, Kamala, Mayor Pete. I don't think any of those people are electable.
I say that I hope you're right because it would suggest there's still a moderate strain in the Democrat DNA, which I'm a little bit more pessimistic. Like Greg, I don't think it's still there, right, at this point. But I agree. I don't think that Fetterman has much of a shot nationally. These are base elections now. Every cycle is won or lost by how excited your base is, because there is no center in 2026.
Yes, you're 100% right.
Yeah, that's fine.
The parties are AOC and Donald Trump. Those are the two parties right now. Agreed. And everybody else is, you know what I mean? Like we can do the same thing with Republicans. You think a
Bush disciple
would win now?
No,
absolutely not.
No shot.
That's absolutely not.
Ron DeSantis is far more MAGA than Bush. He's got no shot.
100%. We are way late, so let's do this. Yeah.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man. We are gonna knock you out.
Fight Club on this Rooney Tuesday. Today was submitted by Gary Stam. Thank you, Gary.
All right, chance at redemption here, Stam. Yesterday was 9 seconds and it was lopsided.
Well, this one's a minute 40.
But is it lopsided?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go right now. Go over there and see. So this happened, looks like...
Oh, in water?
Yeah, it looks like it's one of those boat parties.
Yeah, this could be one of those booze cruise Dominican Republic fights.
You know how you get, they pull up to the dock.
Oh, they're so annoying.
The shore there.
I hate those people.
And they're out there drinking. Well, a fight happens there. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Hey, that's a pontoon. That's the one I want, actually.
Yeah, this is not.
By the way, I have a pontoon wife battle coming up to tell you about after this. Oh, God. We might actually have Fight Club with my wife and I, verbally.
All right, Phil, roll this. Oh.
Water looks filthy.
Yeah. What is that? What is that, the Delaware?
Look at that water.
Oh.
Look at this.
Is that the Chattahoochee? Oh. Yeah, look at those nice little pontoons, though.
Look, it's not just one or two people. It's like everywhere.
Yeah, see, that's a really nice boat there on the side. I'm more worried about the boats right now than the people.
Is that boobs I just saw?
Yeah, there are a lot of fat people in here, too.
Oh, my, look at this.
Yeah, a lot of flesh flopping around.
These are the...
Oh, that guy just got pulled up from the water. My man just got baptized.
Look at that. You're right, Nick. That's a pontoon that's right in front of them.
Yep.
These are all pontoons.
Yeah. They're fun. I've never seen this in Tennessee on the pontoon, though.
By the way, this is...
Yeah. Oh.
This is just disgraceful.
Oh, well, there's alcohol. There has to be booze. You don't boat sober. I mean, nobody does. I mean, come on.
Well, he's climbing up on the pontoon. The fight started on the off the side of the pontoon.
It has spilled over to safety.
Wow.
Can't we just get along?
No.
Oh! Yes. Gary's. Oh!
Man, look at this.
Oh! Gary Stam has totally redeemed himself.
Look at this. This is a Donnybrook.
This pontoon's gone wild. Volume 2.
Look at these.
This is either in the Caribbean right. Oh my God, freeze that. Is that Joy? That's not Joy Reid. All right, keep going. Sorry.
That's it.
My God. Oh, that's it.
Look at that.
Well,
look at that belly.
What a way to end it. Bring it back in there. Bring it back in, Phil. Take us to the end. Let's just leave that.
Do we have to?
Yeah, you talk about Golden Globes.
Look at it. She's proud of that.
Ignore that order, Phil. I feel like this is Crimson Tide. We're shouting contradictory orders at each other.
Where's Gene Hackman?
Belay that order.
She's proud of that too. Look, I look good.
Uh-huh. I guarantee you that was not Percy Priest Lake in Nashville. How much I'll tell
God.
You. Wow.
I'm telling you, eventually I'm going to write a book.
Yeah.
Any of you are welcome to do the forward. It's going to be called The Death of Shame.
Yeah.
About how just no one feels any guilt or shame about anything anymore. And look, I mean, I have a dad bod. Right, and that's not self-identification; it's just reality.
That's correct.
But that means you just don't wear certain things, right? You know, I'm not showing up in a Speedo to the swim club this summer, and you have to adjust accordingly. Look, spandex is a privilege, not a right.
All right, so let's be honest here, though. As we've our dad bodies have taken over at this point, Stalker excluded because he trains with Road Warrior. So.
Overachievers.
Rooney, are you a t-shirt or tank top or cut-off sleeveless shirt guy in the water, or do you still take the shirt off all the way?
What?
So people wear tank tops in the water?
You just saw it there.
Other than our videos?
Yeah.
I'm still hoping that was all AI.
Yeah, I'm hoping that was AI too, but I'm afraid it wasn't.
I might wear the shirt. I might wear the shirt in the water this year.
No, I don't wear the shirt in the water because most of my problem is below the waterline, right?
Well, there's nothing that's going to help you there, pal.
Yeah. So I'm not grossing anybody out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So no, I'm not gonna cover it up, but I'm not gonna flaunt it either.
Yeah. Everything that I am ashamed of on the upper half, I contributed 100% to. It wasn't genetics. It was just bad dieting. That's all.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to go see that last video. We have a ton more. By the way. People taking TikTok and saying to go shoot ice and.
Oh, jeez.
Some woman who says she needs to purchase a bulletproof vest because
she should purchase a pontoon.
She doesn't feel
because
safe
your
anymore.
life would be much more relaxing.
We have all that coming up next. Nick, talk to us about Bucks County Estate Traders.
These people not have any leisurely activities.
No,
this is why I golf.
No hobbies.
They post on TikTok.
All right, let's talk about our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders
and Insta
and the Snap, right, and the IG. They don't make furniture like they used to, but if you're tired of that cheap mass-produced junk, let me tell you about Bucks County Estate Traders. Massive Hatfield showroom has over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, and we're talking about the brands that you know, you love, you can trust. Stickley, Baker, Henredon, and brands that name by that you love and trust. Why don't you throw Bucks County Estate Traders in there? You guys saw it. We were out there on Veterans Day in November. This place is massive. Forget about the 16,000 pieces. 58,000 square feet. That's how you get it all in there. And it doesn't matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, traditional. Doesn't matter your room, living room, dining room, home office, man cave. You might be like Dawn Stensland looking for a place to put all your Emmy awards. Get a nice little piece at Bucks County Estate Traders. They'll do it for you. Every piece, QR code, details instantly to that thing we call a device that you can't put down. Pro tip, check out their website, call ahead. They'll have the pieces that you want ready that day to show you. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by that showroom in Hatfield. Tell them Nick sent you.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the $700,000 home field hangout drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 to create your dream home theater. Drawings every Saturday. Grand prize drawing January 31st. Score big during home field hangout. Only at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
The most important phone call you'll make in retirement is 800-722-9728. It's your retirement lifeline. Call 800-722-9728 to begin your crash-proof retirement. No fees, no market risk, and principal protection. And every penny you earn is yours to keep. That's 800-722-9728 to learn more about the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, which has withstood nearly 2 decades of market volatility and has never lost a penny of our over 6,000 clients' nest eggs. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, February 17th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you tired of feeling worn out halfway through your workout or exhausted before the day even begins? If staying active matters to you, fuel your body with Rescue Orosine. Most people don't realize your body runs on ATP, the natural energy that powers every muscle, every heartbeat, every step. But as we age, ATP production slows down, taking stamina and endurance with it. That's where Rescue Orosine comes in. This cutting-edge formula with research-backed ingredients supports ATP production at the cellular level. You can keep moving, keep your heart pumping, and keep doing what you love every day without jitters or crashes. Just use the code MyEnergy to buy one, get one free today at res-q.com or call a Rescue Product Consultant 800-26-ALIVE. Don't miss out. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com. Get your second bottle of Rescue Orosine for free. Use that code MyEnergy at checkout.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate for your heirs. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Or visit Rothright.com. Accredited investors only. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decision.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey there, Kayal and Company, 9:28 here on this Tuesday morning. The Dawn Show just about a half hour from now. Her big three leading you right into the show. And Phil Almquist with what occurred today in music history. We've gone, 4 or 5 shows now without anything Elvis related.
Wow.
Are we due? Is Phil ready to trigger Greg Stocker?
By the way, go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. I think we're at, I want to see what the like count is. I think I need 70 people. 70 people right now to hit, to go over to YouTube and hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button, if you will. Let me just look at 346. No, actually, I need like 50 people.
54.
54 people.
I get you to 400.
Thank you.
Yep.
54 people. Get on over to YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and hit that thumbs up button, where you can also go vote. Who is more likable, Nick or Greg? Listen to that evil laugh. Nick is.
This should be like.
Nick is winning, by the way.
What is your favorite condiment? Ketchup or
Mustard.
It should be a no-brainer. It's always.
Are
mustard.
illegals voting in this?
They are. All of our neighbors, Dawn. And remember, nobody is illegal. No human is illegal.
Matt, they're newcomers.
Newcomers.
Or at this point, they're not even newcomers anymore.
They're stayers.
Matt Rooney's joining us for his Rooney Tuesday normal appearance. We talked earlier, Matt, about... So Stephen Colbert did his monologue last night and said, F ice. And everybody goes, woo! Jimmy Kimmel cried during his monologue because, entertainment.
Yeah. Two guys, by the way, with great security details.
I saved a Colbert clip for you, Matt Rooney, because I wanted you to weigh in on this. I've said this for a long time now, that Josh Shapiro is out, our governor, is out pimping a book, and he should be concerned with what is happening here in Pennsylvania, with energy costs, with the gas tax, all of the stuff that is important to Pennsylvanians. But instead, he went on the Stephen Colbert show. He was in New York yesterday. While the state of Pennsylvania was under a state of emergency yesterday for snow, our governor went on the Late Show with Stephen Colbert pimping his book.
Well, he's getting stuff done.
Yeah,
that's the motto.
His stuff. No one else's stuff.
And he decided, because now Colbert he doesn't do funny anymore. He just does serious because of the trying times we're in. He asked Shapiro about the shooting of Alex Peretti in Minnesota. Roland, if you're watching Stephen Colbert, The Late Show at night, you heard F Ice in a monologue, and the guest is Josh Shapiro. He's Rachel Maddow.
Yeah. This is no different than MSNBC or MS Now. You're right. This is no different. Tell me how this is any different. Now, did he have a funny moment of humor and levity? Possibly.
I'm sure.
With Shapiro in an 8-minute window that he had him on before a commercial break? Maybe. But, I don't know. You're probably not getting at least 50% of the country. And you know what? Maybe Rooney, there might be Democrats that are like, okay, but I didn't come to you for this, right? I don't know.
Can't imagine why this got canceled, right? why this isn't getting renewed. There's nothing funny about it. And look, back to Fetterman for a second. Maybe there is a part of the Democrat coalition that's getting tired of being miserable and angry all the time. It's exhausting. It's the most exhausting emotion any human can live with. We all know that.
Yeah.
You don't want to be. Yeah. I mean, there's an entire pharmaceutical industry devoted to not feeling like Democrats do every day. Think about that.
Yeah.
for a moment. I mean, as far as Mr. Kimmel goes, I know that men experience low T as we get older. It's not a problem. It's isolated to him. But it's definitely time to go get his levels checked because it's not normal to cry that often.
How do you, is that like check the dipstick, or how do you check the T level?
Hey,
I think he needs to pee on a frog or something like that. Am I mixing that up?
Hey, Dawn, I'm going to need you to come over here and check my T.
Shaking the dips.
All right, let's keep going with the comedy show last night.
Think about this.
Many roles.
I'm sorry. We are a quote conservative talk station on
Free
AM,
speech.
but
Thank
like
you.
we get branded
Yes.
like
Yeah,
I know
free
we
speech.
brand ourselves as free speech, but we're like hey, it's that Republican AM. We are more hilarious than Stephen
you.
Colbert.
Thank you very much.
Which is not a high bar.
Which is not a high bar, and I am very biased in my beliefs. But yes,
all right. All they care about, is the applause.
They
don't care about the laugh.
Yeah,
they care about the applause.
If I'm Dave McCormick, Senator McCormick, if you're listening, send the Colbert. Get somebody from your staff.
Yep.
And say, email the Colbert production team and say, we would love to come on since you had Josh Shapiro on. Just see if you get a response.
Can I say something too? Like, I know a lot of you guys and the listeners don't love Bill Maher, but at least during his Club Random podcast, if he had Josh Shapiro on, they'd be drinking, they'd be laughing.
He has Republicans on his HBO Friday night show.
They would talk about anything other than this.
Yeah.
And it's a podcast.
Yep.
By the way, a podcast that I'm sure does better numbers than Stephen Colbert does. You know what I mean? So
absolutely.
Again, the model of late night comedy, and I say that in quotes, is broken. It's broken because these people broke it.
Yep.
So take what Bill Maher is doing on Club Random, or take what Joe Rogan is doing, or take what Theo Vaughn, any of these guys, put that on late night.
Yeah.
You're telling me there's not going to be a better audience for that than this?
And I know the answer to this, and so I'm saying this facetiously, tongue in cheek. Why is, because he's making a presidential run, that's why, that's the answer. But why is the governor of Pennsylvania on Stephen Colbert, and oh, by the way, yes, he's got a book coming out, to talk about what's going on in Minnesota politics? I mean, think about this. This is a guy, this would be the equivalent of me saying, hey, Greg, I can't do the show tomorrow, man. Count me out for Wednesday.
Yeah.
And I appear on the WIP morning show. First of all, they would never have me. But it would be great.
Or saying you can't do afternoons anymore than appearing on Fox News.
Right. I can't do this because I have another obligation.
I
kid. And then you show up on that show. Like, dude, you just had and not to steal Greg's rant, but they closed a warming center during a blizzard for the homeless so he could use the arena for his book.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got multiple many alarm fires burning at home.
Yep.
You just illustrated how he's causing some of them directly. And also, if you're Josh Shapiro, this is an under-discussed point. If you're going to attack a national issue, how about critiquing your own party, whose most recent presidential nominee, we now know, definitively didn't put you on the ticket because you were Jewish. Yeah. Allegedly because they were wondering whether you were some kind of Israeli spy. I mean, where is the outrage on that front? Imagine if it was a Republican presidential nominee that had turned down a governor for the same reason. So get your own house in order in Pennsylvania and in the Democrat Party before you start commenting on a state 1,000 miles away.
Yeah, and Dawn talks about it all the time. The energy prices in this state. Why are we paying 45% more? Why are our gas prices, and they're better than California and some other states as well, but like why he ran in, what was it, 2022, the election, that campaign cycle, on gas prices being brought down. We were promised, not just told, promised that we would get a gas rebate. Still hasn't come. And Dawn has mentioned countless times the budget. The budget. Months would go by. I got to the point, I'm like, did we fix the budget yet? And Dawn would do it in the news at 6:07. Still no budget in Pennsylvania. And by the way, he is the least productive governor in the history of Pennsylvania, going back to 150 years ago. Nate Benefield wrote about that in his column. And yet this guy somehow is like a 60% approval rating in this state.
He's Josh from Abington.
Oh, I guess.
He calls into WIP.
Yeah, he's Jenny from the block. No, he's like Jennifer Lopez. Don't be fooled by the rocks that he's got. He's still Jenny from the block.
Wow, you know that way too well.
I know a lot of bad 90s songs.
Did you hear that, Dawn? You knew that way too well.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got.
All right.
That was when Jennifer.
Concerning.
By the way, and for those criticizing Jennifer.
Way concerning, Matt. Way concerning.
Those ripping J-Lo for the way she dresses on tour still at her age, get over it. Phenomenal look for that age. Phenomenal.
She looks fabulous. Yeah, absolutely. She does.
Hey, I only could wish I could look that good after my 4th divorce or whatever it is. I'm losing track.
Wish I could look like that after my 4th bagel.
All in one sitting?
Yeah. All right, keep not a single laugh.
Nope.
Not a single laugh. All
trained chimps clapping.
That's all it is.
Yep.
That's all it is.
And they probably need to see the sign saying applause when it starts
Yeah.
flashing.
Yeah.
Well, comedy's supposed to be subversive, right? All the greats, George Carlin many years ago, right? I mean, one of my favorites at the moment, Matt Rife.
Yes.
He makes fun of everything, right? This is not that. This is propaganda for the establishment. This is Caesar Flickman from Hunger Games without any of the charm. You're just repeating the talking points.
Yeah.
Yep.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, this is a guy, and he's, he was the former AG. Like, he was the Pam Bondi of Florida in Pennsylvania.
Yep.
And now because of politics, it's, first of all, these are all targeted operations. They're not just randomly stopping some Latino guy on the corner of 8th and Johnson and saying, "Are you legal?" They're not doing that. This is a targeted specific. When the whole thing broke down with Preddy, they were seeking, I believe, somebody that has domestic violence charges in his country of origin, driving without proper identification, or driving without a license.
Yep.
And there was another third physical assault type charge that he was convicted of, on top of being here illegally. And I've got ICU nurses out there with guns in their sweatpant strap.
We're going to get to an ICU nurse next, but Rooney has to bounce. So, Matt Rooney, on this Rooney Tuesday, we appreciate you, my friend. He was on time. We weren't.
That's right.
We started the segment at 8:40.
Yep.
He was here at 8:30. I just want that on record, right, Matt Rooney?
That's correct, and I'm not leaving because I'm not having the time of my life. It's because we had a delayed opening, so now I have to go shuttle the children to school.
Oh, I thought you might be a few minutes late, and then I was like, you know what? He won't be because the school is probably closed today, but now you have to leave early because it's actually still open. Okay.
Matt Rooney, the Matt Rooney program, heard every week here on Saturday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. You can also download the podcast. Like, what are you doing? Have you not done that yet? The Matt Rooney Show. Download that podcast. Go to Odyssey, go to Spotify, go to Apple, wherever you get your podcasts. Matt Rooney. Put in the Matt Rooney Show. Matt, MATTROONEY.
We're the Wet Bandits. W-E. Goodbye, Rooney Tuesday.
Perfect.
See you, buddy.
Goodbye, guys.
There he is.
We do have more. We do have more coming up because I want to get to this ICU nurse who was fired from her job because of something she said, tweeted, said. I don't know.
Oh, I'm glad you say that. My sister actually sent me a screenshot of the middle school teacher where her kids will be going to middle school on Facebook with an unbelievably ridiculous post about ICE. You can read that as well.
Nick, talk to us about Piazza.
I would love to. You start off your new year, and we can still call it the new year, right? It's January 27th.
No, you can't.
Well, for the sake of Piazza.
Okay, all right. I was going to say, no, you can't.
Start your new year off right with that new or certified. Start your January.
We're almost in February.
Right.
Stop with the New Year's.
Yes.
Yeah.
When you go to Piazza in February, go to Piazza Premium Auto Group because they have new and certified pre-owned luxury vehicles that you have been wanting. A lot of you out there probably think, it's out of my reach. It's not within my financial capabilities. Pre-owned and certified, it's the way to go. You're going to save thousands on vehicles that are only a year or 2 years old, probably under 15,000 miles, and they are significantly cheaper than buying new. If you want to go new, that's great, but the value, certified pre-owned. Piazza Premium Family has dealerships in the tri-state area, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, you name it. And we're talking about the brands that I love, the ones that I've test driven before, but the wife won't let me get. Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, Land Rover, all available for you. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. PiazzaAutoZZA.com. That's Piazza, Premium Autos, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Nick sent you.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ETHOS.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you a Pennsylvania or New Jersey homeowner over 60 years old planning to sell your home in 2026? If so, there are 10 new rules you must know affecting seniors if you want a fast, top dollar, and stress-free. Join me and Diane Cardano for a free breakfast seminar this Saturday morning at 9 a.m. at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. Diane will show you 10 new home selling rules for seniors, low-cost ways to stage your home, and insider strategies for you to win when selling. Also learn if you should downsize now, about capital gains, and if you should sell your home as is. She'll guide you through the decision of whether you should sell first and then buy and more. And she'll get you a signed copy of Diane's new book, Hidden Cost of Overpricing. Do your research. Get prepared when selling your home. Don't wing it. RSVP now, 215-576-8666. Call 215-576-8666 or visit 215-576-8666.com.
A new year is the perfect time to look around your home, especially the kitchen and bathrooms you use every day, and think about a refresh. That's where Kitchen Magic comes in. They're a family-owned company crafting quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979, and they make the process simple from start to finish. Right now, enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations, plus the opportunity to lock in current pricing. Start the year with a home that looks better and works better. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Plumsteadville Inn with Dennis Horan and Dan Callahan, Friday, February 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Oh! When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Kayal and Company, 9:54 here on a Tuesday morning. Phil's coming up momentarily. Dawn's Big Three leading you into the Dawn Show. Stalker talked about an ICU nurse that was dealt with for going crazy, or as Dawn would say, cray-cray. My sister sent me this earlier this morning when we were talking about ICE and people spouting off. So my sister is in the Parkland School District, Orfield. So the middle school is called Orfield Middle School, and her young boy is in, I'm going to get killed for this one, first. He's got a handful of years till he gets to middle school. But the middle school teacher posted this on Facebook, and she sent it to me. F every single person who supports Trump and ICE. F you and what you've brought upon this country. F you for being too racist or too ignorant or too sexist or too Christian or too afraid or too money hungry or too effing stupid to not be ashamed of what we have become and what you, in capital letters, voted into office. That's a kid that's going to be teaching my nephew in 6th grade.
Lovely.
Well, you know what? I guess my sister might have to relocate. All right.
Or hope for school choice and go to a private school.
Yep, which they have the funds to do. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's out of control with a lot of these.
You have your rights and you can say what you want. But, if the school sees that, your speech is not protected by your employer.
Let me just play this really quickly.
Yeah.
I'll play this, Phil. This is the Dawn, I know you had discussed this. This is the Florida labor and delivery nurse who went on social media and wished that Caroline Leavitt would get a 4th-degree tear during childbirth with long-term complications. She was fired for that. Yeah. Let me just roll this news report.
A 14-second video posted online has cost a Boca Raton nurse her job. In it, a woman identified as Lexi Lawler, who in the video says she's a labor and delivery nurse, recorded herself wishing President Trump's press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, suffers a 4th-degree tear during childbirth with long-term complications before calling Leavitt a derogatory word. Leavitt announced her pregnancy on Instagram in December, saying she's expecting a baby girl in May.
Wasn't the smartest move for a nurse.
I showed the video to attorney Michelle Suskauer. Is this the First Amendment discussion? What would you say?
Well, it could be, and we saw this as well with Charlie Kirk.
Suskauer isn't involved in this case, but it's the first we've seen of a healthcare provider getting fired.
And so it's going to be a question of, is this former employee going to fight her termination? And she very well may, and we may see this in the court.
We did some digging and found a LinkedIn profile under the same name that claims she works with Baptist Health Boca Regional Hospital. A spokesperson from the hospital released this statement in part, while we respect the right to personal opinions, there is no place in healthcare for language or behavior that calls into question a caregiver's ability to provide compassionate, unbiased care.
The question is, does the hospital have a right to make those judgment calls about their employees? And their argument is, yes, I do.
Boca Raton Mayor Scott Singer issued a statement online saying, quote, the disgusting comments have no place in medicine or in our community. And the comment section has people calling for her license to be revoked. Do you think it could go that far?
They have to do their due diligence in investigating to see whether or not that is appropriate.
We reached out to Lawler for comment, but are working to hear back. Reporting in Palm Beach County, Joel Lopez, WPTV News.
And the key part there, unbiased care. Remove Caroline Leavitt for a moment. But just knowing that she said that, I mean, would she provide unbiased care if, like, a mom or dad came in there wearing a Trump hat?
And I
don't know if she would.
And you don't get to, you say stupid things on social media, there's going to be consequences. She has the right to say whatever she wants to. But these healthcare, like, her employer has the right to fire her over it. Yeah. They absolutely do.
Think about this, so let's say somebody had a bad experience with her and they happen to be a conservative.
Oh, my God.
And imagine the lawsuits that this opens up, because they say, oh, well, now I know why, and they make a claim. Well, she damaged me during my delivery, or she wasn't attentive. It opens up a whole door of potential lawsuits. And so they really had to fire her for that reason alone.
It's an amazing point, and I never thought about it. But yeah, you're opening the floodgates for somebody to be like, "Well, she discriminated against me, or she didn't give me the care that somebody would have who is unbiased in this situation." It's a great point.
Yeah, and before the left wingers come out and say, "Oh, I thought you were opposed to cancel culture." This is different, and this is also different from free speech and First Amendment stuff.
She has the right to say whatever she wants to. Nobody's stopping her from saying it, but you're gonna, if you lose your job, that's on you.
There you go. All right, 8-Share. What occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 27th, we celebrate the birthdays of Mike Patton from Faith No More, who's 58, Nick Mason from Pink Floyd, who's 82, and Brian Downey from Thin Lizzy, who's now 75. We also lost Floyd Sneed from Three Dog Night in 2023 and Pete Seeger in 2014. Illegal Alien by Genesis in 84.
Uh-oh.
Flash by Queen. Can I say that?
I don't think
I
you can.
did.
No one's illegal, Genesis.
I'm going to continue to say that. Illegal Alien by Genesis. Flash by Queen in 81 and Time After Time by Cyndi Lauper also in 84. Al de Fear by Papa Roach in 2015. Moondance by Van Morrison in 70. The Ultimate Sin by Ozzy in 86. And Big Rocks by Crocus in 2017. Also in 73, Stevie Wonder was topped the singles chart with Superstition. In 70, John Lennon recorded and mixed his new single Instant Karma all in one day. In 2014, Billy Joel began his residency at the Garden in New York. In 91, Whitney Houston sang the national anthem at the Super Bowl. And in 84, Michael Jackson had his hair catch on fire during the filming of a Pepsi ad. But lastly, on this day in 67, General Motors began offering an 8-track as an option in their Buick line, following Ford, who made them available in 65. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
It's now the Dawn Show. Let's get to our big three right now.
The Big Take on Kayal. It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Number 1, Ice Out Philly. Yes, right now, Philadelphia City Council members Kendra Brooks and Rue Landau officially introducing the Ice Out legislation package. Yes, I said it, Ice Out. That's the name of their proposed laws. So what would the laws do? Well, the laws would further limit how city agencies would interact, or not at all, with federal immigration enforcement. Now, this after hundreds of people marched in Center City, Philadelphia, despite the frigid weather and deep wind chills, record-setting wind chills yesterday. They say in solidarity with Minnesota and raising concerns about federal immigration enforcement that they want to de-ice. Demonstrators carrying signs, chanting, gathering in these below freezing temperatures, describing the march as a show of support for communities they say are increasingly living in fear. Now, our own Frank Scales, Surge Philly, introduced one such organizer and protester over the weekend here in Philadelphia.
Are you out here protesting ICE?
Here, we are the country of revolution. Why are we not fighting? Why are we not fighting when there are people coming and stealing you off the street? If it was a white person, if it was anybody else but a brown immigrant, we would be up in arms and we would be throwing shit. First they came for the immigrants and I didn't help because I wasn't an immigrant. Then they came for the leftists. I didn't help because I wasn't a leftist. Then they came for me and nobody helped me because there's no one left.
Do you have any fears about illegal immigration?
That was
all right, look, there's no such thing as illegal immigration. I don't believe in a state. Do you know what this flag means? This is anarchy. I don't believe in a state. I don't believe in borders, all right? I believe in people. I believe in freedom. I believe in life and happiness. At the end of the day, what we do is we get in the way of them, we get the people to safety, and we form a human wall in between us and ICE.
Well, there was no safety for an 8-year-old little girl, a third grader at Yeshiva Noam, Jewish girl, suffering a fractured skull, had to have surgery, and remains hospitalized, underwent that surgery after that baseball-sized rock was hurled at a school bus, crashed through the window of the bus on the New Jersey Turnpike right near exit 70. And that happened a couple weeks ago. The update here, the student's still hospitalized. She's in stable condition, by the way, in the hospital. But now we've learned DHS, Department of Homeland Security, announced, yes, that ICE has lodged an arrest detainer against Hernando Garcia Morales, a criminal illegal person from Mexico, accused of throwing that baseball-sized huge rock that fractured this 8-year-old little girl's skull. And so in this one, we don't see any protest or anyone supporting the 8-year-old little girl, raising money for her. And by the way, this was an incident, according to New Jersey State Police and those first responders who responded to this, left 30 children crying, hysterical, causing significant fear, we're told, and a lot of concern within the community. Many feeling that these Jewish children, who were, by the way, were returning from a field trip at Liberty Science Center, that there are many in the community who believe this was a targeted attack because the children are Jewish. We have no confirmation of that, but we know that ICE has now lodged an arrest detainer for what's being described as a career violent criminal who came to this country illegally.
So Democrats are concerned about the fear of students in school when ICE shows up to deport somebody, but no concern, no regard for what you just said, almost 36 kids on a bus and the fear they must have felt as a rock. Look, we've shown the picture of the mugshot and the busted window. I mean, that thing went right through and hit her directly, on the side of, it would be, based on that vantage point, the right side of her skull.
Yeah. It's, and by the way, they're putting this out. If you or a loved one has been impacted by a crime committed by an illegal criminal individual, you're not alone. They say in DHS releasing this, Victims of Immigration Crime Engagement, or VOICE. That's the new office that has been launched this year. So they want you to call them 855-48-VOICE, 855-48-VOICE. Man, Dawn, look at the broken image. Dan just had it up there. Thanks,
it looks
Dan.
like somebody threw like a television camera from Fox News' studio through the window.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing is huge.
They threw it from an overpass, according to the authorities, so now facing charges. And kudos to New Jersey State Police. They were the ones who caught him and tracked him down. So using cameras and surveillance images, all of that.
Yeah. And look at him. Look at this. I don't know. Is he smiling? Is he yawning? A big gap in his teeth. Good Lord.
Number 2, it's a hot mess when even First Lady Melania Trump is speaking out about Minnesota and calling for unity. Let's listen in this rare political statement. First Lady Melania Trump speaking out this morning on Fox and Friends.
We need to unify. I'm calling for unity. I know my husband, the president, had a great call yesterday with the governor and the mayor, and they're working together to make it peaceful and without riots. I'm against the violence, so if we protest in peace. And we need to unify in these times.
Yes, we need to unify.
Yeah.
Very beautiful. So why was she on Fox and Friends? Obviously, even though this is rare, why did she speak out? She's speaking out because, of course, I know you're all very excited. I will be attending a special viewing of her global premiere of Melania. This is, a pretty amazing feat. I don't know of a first lady who's gone Hollywood, or in this case, Amazon, but the world premiere is this Friday of Melania.
It's on Prime, or is it actually in theaters?
It's in theaters.
Okay.
It's 20 Days to History and teaming up with Amazon. So they did have a private viewing over the weekend
Were
at
you
the
invited?
White House.
Were you? Oh,
I
okay.
wish. Are you kidding me? You would have known. I would have been like, oh my gosh, I would have been so excited. But so they held a family viewing, family, friends, Amazon, Biggity Bigs, etc., the president. Now, apparently, this was the first time, because this was done not with the help or approval, they say, of the president or of the cabinet or anything like that. So in this one, Ainsley had asked the First Lady, what everybody thought, what the president thought. And here's a little snippet of that. This from this one.
Communications between me and my husband. So that was part of it.
And I know that you had a private screening for the movie on Saturday. Just very, very close friends, family members. A source that was there told me that the college students, the teenagers, were mystified. They were glued to the screen. They loved it. And I was curious to know, what did the president say to you after the screening, after he saw it for the first time? Was that the first time you saw it Saturday night?
It was the first time that he saw a whole film, and he loved it. He said, a must watch.
And then what about Barron? Because I know Barron's in the film a lot. What did he say? What was his reaction?
He is in the film, and he liked it too.
And what about the other children?
The other children didn't see it yet.
Okay.
They will see it soon. And but it was wonderful to have so many world leaders with me on Saturday.
And so who was there? So her senior advisor and her agent, who I've interviewed before, Mark Beckman, and he structured the deal on behalf of the First Lady with Amazon MGM Studios. I don't know. I was trying to look if we've had a First Lady in the past who had a project like this, where it's her own film.
So it's titled 20 Days?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the lead up to the re-election?
So that I think that what happened here was the film team was with her, and they chose the 20 days of showing you leading up to, yes, the inauguration.
Geez, I wonder if Butler will be included, or maybe the Florida Ryan Wesley Ruth stuff, because obviously, you know, when your husband is targeted twice, I mean, that's got to be agonizing in its own right.
So it's, the inauguration from her home in Trump Tower in New York City, Mar-a-Lago, and all of the behind-the-scenes type access. So it's a 104-minute film, and the thing about it is they're talking about, oh, it's going to be a flop. Like, for example, I was invited by a group of, friends and ladies, and I think it's in Bucks County, but all these are sold out. All these sold out events. So I will just be curious how it goes, afterwards. And then I guess then after the premiere on Friday, then you could write on Amazon or whatever.
Just don't spoil it for the
at home.
audience. We've learned that that's not something this crowd likes.
Spoiler alert, my husband wins because he wins the presidency. But
now you'll actually, so you're going, you're going to pay to go to the theater? Or
I was invited.
Okay.
That's just it. There are all these private showings
All
at
right.
different theaters where they're even renting out theaters.
People are taking out wow. Okay.
So
have fun.
But I know that Jeff Bezos, Erica Kirk, the Prince and Princess of Saudi Arabia, Mike Tyson, Tim Cook. I mean, it's kind of interesting who was kind of a who's who was there. I know. Mike Tyson.
I thought it was special.
Tyson, yeah. Mike Tyson, I wrote a letter.
Melania Trump's a guy. I'd knock her out.
Now, who do you think the source was with Ainsley? Was it Hannity, by the way? Who was the Ainsley's source? Who was there?
Question.
Tony Robbins, Tim Cook, Peter Arnell. Kind of an interesting little who's who.
Tony Robbins?
Yeah.
Really?
Tony Robbins.
Let's see that
according to sources.
All right.
Anyway, so we have that going on. Number 3 of our big 3, we got to talk about this video going viral. Kind of a crazy video because it's a mom. And just take a look at this video going viral. This is number 3. Look at this. So you see a mom.
Oh my God.
Look. Do you see what fell out of her minivan?
Yeah, not the groceries.
Or her SUV? This is a busy intersection in California. Somebody captured. Look. So the car behind the mom slams on the brake because, yes, your eyes didn't deceive you. That's a 19-month-old, a toddler.
Oh my God! Oh, it is it's the driver's side front door.
It's crazy.
Why is the kid? Why is it not in the back seat?
No car seat. So what you're just witnessing, people that are going nuts over this.
It is the driver's side.
Yeah,
it is,
and it's the front door. It's not the back door.
It's crazy. Yeah. So this is everybody's commenting on this, going viral. As you saw, the mom driving her SUV makes a left turn at the intersection. You see the front door open.
Look at this.
And the toddler, boom.
Yeah,
you see the toddler?
There goes the sippy,
almost runs over
and
her.
the sippy cup.
It's crazy.
And kudos, this person driving the vehicle with the kid should be, firing squad. But kudos to the vehicle behind for being so quick and attentive. Because if that person's texting, that kid's dead.
So thank God the white car behind slams on the brakes, and then you see a woman get out of the car, run, grab the child, get back in the vehicle. So what are police saying? The latest on this viral video.
Where did this happen?
Fullerton, California.
Shocking.
So police confirmed they did arrest the woman that you just saw picking up the child. Police identify as the mom, and they identify her as 35-year-old Jacqueline Marie Hernandez, taken into custody and on suspicion of child abuse. As far as the 19-month-old child, The child did sustain injuries consistent with the fall that you just see, being treated in an area hospital. The toddler, thank God, is expected to make a full recovery.
What do we think here? 2 years old, maybe 3?
19 months. A 19-month-old.
Oh my God.
Look at how close.
I mean, your skull's not even, finished.
Oh God.
But look at how close.
This woman should be brought up on. Oh God.
So obviously the child was not in a car seat. We can say that.
In the front
and was
seat.
not in the back seat.
Or a seatbelt, or in a vehicle with the doors locked.
It's crazy.
May as well just drive with the doors off. Well, it's like be like a Jeep in the summertime. Let's take the top off, honey.
Oh my God.
So we also don't know if 35-year-old Jacqueline Marie Hernandez has other children. We don't know where the 19-month-old is still in the hospital reportedly, but we'll see what happens here.
Mm-hmm.
No citizenship status either.
Oh, of course. Well, I'm surprised we actually even got the name.
But it was somebody who came forward after this went viral, saw the incident, but a witness who could positively ID the mom. I know.
Now, is this dashboard cam from an officer? Is this a street light camera that picked this up?
It looks like a street camera.
Okay.
Doesn't it?
It does say Fullerton PD on the top of the video.
So I think what happened here is that you had somebody reporting this, but then the police released the video that we see that was a street cam wanting information. A witness, a good Samaritan, comes forth, and could ID the because they obviously have the plate.
Every now and then, being in a surveillance state has its benefits, I guess. Put this person in jail.
But thank God the 19-month-old child was not run over. Right?
Yeah, I mean that's quick. That's a quick reaction. That's less than a second there, where that vehicle behind slammed the brakes on.
It's crazy.
I mean, I don't know that person could have stopped any quicker.
It's unbelievable. But that is your big three today. No sponsor for the big three. We'll be talking about a lot of breaking news and focusing on Philadelphia, this ice out, what that legislation entails, and will we see a dividing line between the Mayor Sherrell Parker, and the Commissioner Bethel, and then some of these more progressive, further left politicians, elected officials on city council.
Does silence constitute further separation? Because if that's all Sherrell gives us is silence, the silence is pretty deafening, right?
Yeah.
I would think.
I mean, we saw when the sheriff, remember the Sheriff Bilal spoke out and was saying a lot of things. Then you didn't hear from the sheriff after Commissioner Bethel spoke out. No. Remember that?
Right.
So we'll see where this legislation goes, if the rest of city council, how they receive it, and if it's passed into some kind of law.
All right. Sounds good.
So we got all that going on, but you got to kick off your new year on a high note with a new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. And did you know Piazza carries more than 3,500 new vehicles, 1,600 pre-owned vehicles? That's at any given time. Yes, including the brands you hear me talk about all the time, like my Honda. I've got the Herv, handled beautifully on some slippery city side streets this morning. But the Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen Plus, pretty much any other auto brand that you can think of. That's the selection. That's the power of Piazza that I'm always talking about. Just visit them, piazzaautogroup.com. Search Piazza's new or pre-owned inventory or find that dealer near you, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell